I still remember the sound that woke the feeling in my stomach. Not a scream, not an alarm, just water. Miles and miles of dark water moving through steel and concrete in the middle of the night. That was my first shift at North River Water Treatment Plant. And before sunrise, I would find something standing near the intake gates that shouldn't have been there. Something that would keep showing up long after I convinced myself I had imagined it. At the time, though, I was only worried about making a good impression. I was 28, recently laid off from a warehouse security job, and desperate for steady work. The Water Authority had hired me as a night guard after a short interview and a background check. The pay was decent. The hours were awful. But I took it. The plant sat nearly 20 miles outside town, surrounded by forests and farmland. During the day, it looked ordinary enough. Huge tanks, maintenance buildings, parking lots. At night, it became something else. I arrived just before 10 p.m. The sky was dark blue, almost black. Clouds drifted over the moon. The facility lights glowed against the darkness like a small island. My supervisor, Frank, met me inside the security office. Frank was in his late 50s, gray beard, tired eyes. The kind of man who looked like he'd worked nights for so long that sunlight felt unnatural. He handed me a radio and a ring of keys. "Easy job," he said. "Everybody says that about jobs that aren't easy." He pointed at a large map hanging on the wall. The plant stretched farther than I expected. Treatment buildings, chemical storage, maintenance garages, and at the far edge of the property, nearly a mile away from the main complex, sat the intake station, the place where river water entered the system. Frank tapped that area twice. "Most important spot out here." I nodded. "Any reason?" "If those gates stop working, everybody notices." That was all he said. Looking back, it felt strange. Like he almost wanted to say more, but decided not to. He spent the next hour showing me the patrol routes. Most of it was routine. Check doors, check fences, monitor cameras, log anything unusual. The word unusual came up a lot. More than I expected. Around 11 p.m., Frank finished his tour. He grabbed his jacket. "You're on your own until 6. I looked through the office window at the darkness outside. "You ever get break-ins?" He shrugged. "Not really. Animals. Sometimes." Then he paused. "Just for a second. If you see somebody near the intake structures, call it in." I frowned. "Employees?" "No." He looked away. Then he smiled. A forced smile. "Just call it in." And with that, he left. The security office suddenly felt much quieter. The silence settled around me. I listened to the hum of fluorescent lights overhead, the distant vibration of pumps, the occasional crackle from my radio. Nothing else. Midnight arrived. Time for my first solo patrol. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. Cold air hit my face. The facility looked completely different at night. The buildings seemed larger, the shadows deeper. Every light created sharp edges that disappeared into darkness. I followed the route Frank had shown me. Everything seemed normal. Locked doors, empty parking lots, no alarms, no problems. For a while I relaxed. Maybe this really was an easy job. Then I reached the road leading toward the intake station. And something changed. The farther I drove, the quieter everything became. The treatment buildings disappeared behind me. The facility lights grew smaller. Soon, only my headlights illuminated the road. Trees lined both sides. Dark, motionless, watching. I laughed at myself. Watching. It was just a forest, just trees. But that feeling stayed with me. The feeling that I had crossed some invisible line. Ahead, I saw the intake station, a massive concrete structure built along the river. Floodlights illuminated sections of it. Huge steel gates rose from the water. The river itself looked black beneath the night sky. The current moved steadily, endlessly. I parked and stepped out. Immediately, I heard it. Water, not gentle water, not peaceful water. This was powerful. The sound echoed through the darkness. A constant roar, like something breathing. I completed the inspection. Checked locks, checked fencing. Everything looked fine. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that somebody was nearby. Not visible, just nearby. I kept turning my flashlight toward empty spaces. Concrete walls, steel railings, dark patches near the shoreline. Nothing. Every time. Nothing. Eventually, I finished and headed back. The feeling faded once I returned to the main facility. I told myself I was simply nervous. First night jitters. Nothing more. Around 1:30 a.m., rain began falling. Light at first, then heavier. Drops tapped against windows. Wind pushed through the trees. The cameras became harder to see through. I sat in the security office monitoring screens. Most showed empty roads and buildings. Then one camera flickered. Just once. The intake station camera. I leaned closer. The image stabilized. Everything appeared normal. But for a moment, I thought I'd seen somebody standing near the fence. The image had only lasted a second. Maybe less. I replayed it. Nothing. Empty fence. Empty walkway. No person. No movement. The rain continued. I shook my head. Probably distortion. The camera system was old. Frank had mentioned that earlier. Still, something about it bothered me. At 2 a.m., I made another patrol. This time, the rain had nearly stopped. Fog drifted low across the ground. The entire property felt abandoned, even though millions of gallons of water moved through the plant every day. When I reached the intake road again, I noticed something strange. A gate along the perimeter fence stood partially open. Not wide, only a few inches, but I was certain it had been closed earlier. I stopped, stepped out, examined it with my flashlight. The lock remained intact. No signs of damage. No footprints. Nothing. I pulled the gate shut. The metal clicked into place. For some reason, that tiny sound echoed in my chest, like closing a door inside an empty house. I continued toward the intake station. The fog thickened. The river disappeared behind a gray curtain. My flashlight beam only reached a short distance before being swallowed. The whole area felt unreal, muted, like the world had gone underwater. Then I heard something, a metallic sound, clang. I froze. The noise came from somewhere near the gates. I listened. Nothing, only water. Then another clang, louder this time. I shined my flashlight across the concrete structures. The beam swept slowly through the fog. Steel railings, support columns, wet pavement, and for the briefest moment, I thought I saw someone, a dark shape, standing near the far fence, perfectly still. My heart jumped. I raised the radio. Security to base. Silence. I swallowed. The shape didn't move, didn't react. It simply stood there, watching. At least I thought it was watching. The fog shifted. The figure disappeared. Gone. I walked forward. Slowly. Every step sounded too loud. Water roared below. The flashlight trembled in my hand. When I reached the fence, nobody was there. No footprints. No vehicle. No open gate. Nothing. Just empty concrete. I stood there for almost a minute, listening, waiting, trying to understand what I'd seen. Eventually, I returned to the truck. I told myself it was fog, shadows, fatigue, anything but what my instincts were saying. Because my instincts kept whispering the same thing. Someone had been standing there, and they had vanished. Back in the security office, I opened the patrol log. I almost didn't write it down. Part of me felt embarrassed, but procedure was procedure. So I documented exactly what happened. Possible person observed near intake fence, unable to confirm. Then I signed my name. As I closed the logbook, something caught my eye. A report written months earlier. Different guard, different handwriting. Only one sentence. Possible person observed near intake fence, unable to confirm. For a moment, I simply stared at it. The words were almost identical to mine. A coincidence. That was all. At least that's what I told myself. But as the hours crawled toward dawn, I couldn't stop thinking about that report. Because one question kept growing inside my head. If someone really had been standing near those gates, why hadn't they shown up on any camera? And why was I suddenly afraid to go back there tomorrow night? I knew I shouldn't have gone looking for that report again. But the moment I walked into the security office for my second night, it was the first thing I thought about. That single sentence. Possible person observed near intake fence, unable to confirm. The exact words I had written. The exact thing I had seen. All day I had tried to convince myself it was nothing. Fog, bad lighting, a tired brain playing tricks. By the time my shift started, I almost believed it. Then I opened the logbook. There was another report. Different date, different guard, same location, same description. Possible person observed near intake canal, unable to confirm. I stared at it for several seconds. A cold feeling moved through my stomach. 3 separate guards, 3 separate nights, and nobody had ever confirmed anything. No trespasser, no suspect, no explanation, just sightings. I flipped through more pages. Most were normal maintenance notes, gate inspections, broken lights, equipment checks. Then I found another one. This report was almost 2 years old. Movement observed near intake structure after midnight. Unable to identify source. I closed the book. Suddenly, I didn't want to read anymore. Because every report created a question. And none of them answered the one that mattered. Who was standing out there? Or maybe a better question. Why was nobody ever able to prove they were there? The shift started normally. The sky was clear. The rain from the previous night had disappeared. For a few hours I stayed busy. Checking cameras, walking patrols, testing access gates. The routine helped. It gave my mind something else to focus on. By 11 p.m., I felt almost normal again. Almost. Then midnight arrived, and I found myself staring toward the intake station cameras. without realizing it, like my eyes kept drifting there. The monitors showed empty roads, concrete walkways, steel railings, dark water, nothing unusual. Yet I couldn't stop looking. The intake station sat nearly a mile away from the main facility, far enough that it always felt disconnected, like a separate world, a place where things happened unseen. I hated that feeling. At 12:17 a.m., the radio crackled. A maintenance worker called in. Routine status update. Nothing important. The sound snapped me out of my thoughts. For a moment, I felt relieved. Human voices helped. They reminded me I wasn't alone. The feeling lasted maybe 5 minutes. Then something moved on one of the monitors. I froze. The camera overlooking the canal access road. A shadow crossed near the edge of the frame. Vast, almost too fast to identify. I leaned forward. My pulse immediately quickened. The image returned to stillness. Nothing moved. No vehicles. No workers. No animals. I rewound the footage. Watched it again. There, a dark shape, crossing through the floodlights, only visible for a second, then gone. I enlarged the image. The quality became grainy, blurry, useless, but it looked human, not clear enough to prove, yet not vague enough to ignore. I sat there debating with myself. Eventually, I grabbed my keys. If somebody was actually trespassing near the intake structures, I had to check. That was my job. At least that was the excuse I gave myself. The truth was simpler. I wanted answers. The drive felt longer than it had the night before. Dark trees lined the road. Their branches moved gently in the wind. The farther I drove from the main facility, the quieter everything became. Even the air felt different, heavier. The intake station appeared ahead. Its floodlights glowed against the darkness. Concrete towers rose above the river like giant monuments. The water below churned endlessly. I parked near the gate, stepped outside. Immediately, I noticed something strange. The temperature felt colder, not dramatically colder, just enough to make me stop. I looked around. The weather hadn't changed. No fog, no rain, no reason for the sudden chill. Still, the sensation remained, like stepping into a room where somebody had opened a hidden window. I began my inspection, flashlight sweeping slowly across fences and walkways. Everything appeared normal. Then I saw it. Movement. Far ahead. Near the canal. I stopped walking. My flashlight beam froze. A person stood near the railing, at least 50 yards away. Maybe more. They faced the water, completely still. Not moving. Not looking around. Just standing there. My chest tightened. For a second, I felt relieved. Finally, an actual person, an actual explanation. I raised the radio. Security to base, possible trespasser at intake canal. Static answered. I tried again. Nothing. The radio worked everywhere else on the property. But here, for some reason, the signal often became weak. Frank had mentioned that. At the time, it seemed like a minor inconvenience. Now it felt much more important. The figure remained motionless. I started walking. Slowly, carefully. The distance between us shrank. 40 yards. 30. 25. The closer I got, the more uneasy I felt. Something wasn't right. The person never reacted, never turned, never acknowledged my flashlight. Most people would, even trespassers, especially trespassers. Yet this figure remained frozen, like a statue. I called out, "Security!" No response. The river roared below. The sound swallowed my voice. I moved closer. 20 yards. 15. My heartbeat seemed louder than the water. The figure stood beneath one of the floodlights now. And that's when I noticed something. Their clothes looked wrong. Old. Not dirty. Not torn. Just old. The shape reminded me of photographs from decades ago. A dark jacket. Dark pants. No reflective gear. No modern work equipment. I couldn't explain why that bothered me. It just did. I called out again. Nothing. Then something happened that made my skin crawl. The figure stepped sideways. One step. Just one. And disappeared behind a concrete support column. I immediately rushed forward. The distance wasn't far. 5 seconds. Maybe less. Yet when I reached the column, nobody was there. The walkway stretched empty in both directions. No doors. No stairs. No places to hide. The figure was simply gone. I stood there breathing hard, flashlight shaking in my hand. The floodlights hummed overhead. Water thundered below. Every rational thought in my head began fighting every irrational one. Maybe they climbed down somewhere. Maybe they ran. Maybe I lost sight of them. Maybe. The problem was that none of those explanations fit. I checked the entire area. Nothing. No footprints. No discarded items. No evidence anyone had been there. Eventually, I returned to the security office. My nerves felt raw, like I had consumed too much caffeine. The cameras became my next target. I wanted proof. Something concrete. Something undeniable. I loaded the footage from the canal camera, found the exact timestamp, and pressed play. The walkway appeared. Floodlights glowed. Water moved below. Empty. Completely empty. I blinked, rewound, played it again. Nothing. No figure. No movement. No person standing near the railing. The camera showed exactly nothing. I watched 3 more times. Same result. My mouth felt dry. I knew what I had seen. I had walked toward it. I had watched it step behind the support column. Yet the footage showed only an empty canal, as if the entire encounter had happened inside my head. I checked another camera angle. Nothing. Third angle. Nothing. Every camera showed the same thing. An empty walkway. No trespasser. No visitor. No explanation. I leaned back in my chair. For several minutes, I simply stared at the screens. The glow from the monitors reflected in the dark office windows. Outside, the facility remained silent. Normal. Peaceful. Safe. At least that's how it looked. Then I remembered something. One of the older reports. Movement observed after midnight. Unable to identify source. Not trespasser observed. Not person observed. Movement observed. The wording suddenly made sense. Maybe those guards had seen exactly what I saw. Something that appeared real. Something visible with your own eyes, but invisible to every camera pointed at it. That thought stayed with me for the rest of the night. And around 4 in the morning, I discovered something even stranger. Something that made the missing figure feel like the least disturbing part of the entire situation. Because hidden inside an old security binder, I found a photograph taken nearly 15 years earlier. A photograph of the intake canal. And standing near the railing was the exact same man I had seen tonight. The same dark jacket, the same posture, the same place, as if he had never left. The photograph should have made me feel better. It should have proven that the man was real. Instead, it made everything worse. I must have stared at that picture for 10 minutes. The image was old, the corners were bent, the colors had faded. But the person standing near the intake canal was clear enough. A man, dark jacket, hands at his sides, facing the water, the exact position I had seen only hours earlier. I turned the photograph over. Nothing, no notes, no date, no explanation, just a small stamp from the Water Authority archives. That was it. The rest of my shift passed slowly. I kept telling myself there had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe the man worked there years ago. Maybe somebody had recreated the photo. Maybe I had unconsciously copied the image after seeing it somewhere. The problem was simple. I had never seen that photograph before, and somehow I had recognized the figure immediately. By sunrise, I felt exhausted. Not physically, mentally, like my brain had spent the entire night trying to solve a puzzle that didn't fit together. I drove home under a gray morning sky. The river followed the highway for several miles. Every time I caught a glimpse of the water through the trees, I thought about the man. Standing there, watching, waiting. For what? That question stayed with me all day. When evening came, I almost called in sick. Almost, but curiosity won. Maybe that's what gets people into trouble. Not bravery, curiosity, the need to know, the need to see, the need to understand something that doesn't want to be understood. My third shift started quietly. Frank was already in the office when I arrived. For a while, I debated whether to show him the photograph. Eventually, I did. I slid it across the desk. His eyes landed on it. Immediately, something changed in his expression. Not fear, recognition, a tiny flicker, gone almost as quickly as it appeared. "You know him?" I asked. Frank looked away. "No." The answer came too fast. I could hear it. So could he. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then he pushed the photo back toward me. "Don't spend too much time thinking about old reports." That wasn't what I asked. He knew it. I knew it. But he wasn't going to say more. A few minutes later, he left. And I was alone again. The office suddenly felt colder. Not because of the air conditioning. Because now I knew something. Frank recognized the photograph, whether he admitted it or not. And that meant other people had probably seen the man too. The question wasn't whether the sightings were real anymore. The question was why nobody wanted to talk about them. Around midnight, I started my patrol. The sky was clear. Stars filled the darkness above the facility. The plant itself looked peaceful. Lights glowed across the treatment buildings. Machinery hummed steadily. Everything appeared normal. For nearly 2 hours, nothing unusual happened. I checked fences, logged inspections, monitored cameras. The routine settled my nerves. Maybe the mystery was finally over. Maybe the man wouldn't return. Then I reached Gate 3. That gate sat on the eastern side of the property, farther from the intake canal. farther from the river. It protected a restricted service road used by maintenance crews. Normally, nobody went there at night. As I drove past, my headlights swept across the fence, and I saw someone standing beside it. My hands tightened around the steering wheel. The truck slowed automatically. The figure stood perfectly still. The same height, the same dark clothing, the same posture. For a second, I actually felt relieved. Because this time, he wasn't near the canal. This time, he wasn't hidden by fog. This time, I would finally get answers. I stopped the vehicle, grabbed my flashlight, stepped out. The night air felt cool against my face. The figure remained motionless, watching the fence. Not me. The fence. That detail bothered me more than it should have. I started walking. The gravel crunched beneath my boots. Step by step. Closer. Closer. The flashlight beam illuminated the fence line. The figure remained there, 20 yards away. Then 15. Then 10. My pulse quickened. I called out, "Security." No response. I took another step. The figure slowly turned its head. Only its head. Nothing else moved. The motion felt wrong somehow. Too smooth. Too slow. As if it had forgotten how normal people moved. For a brief moment, the floodlights caught part of its face, and I realized I couldn't actually see any features. No eyes. No mouth. No details. Only darkness. Like a shadow shaped into a person. The beam from my flashlight flickered. Just once. When it stabilized, the figure was gone. Gone. Not running. Not hiding. Gone. The space beside the fence stood empty. I froze. The distance between us had been less than 10 yards. There was nowhere to go. No cover. No buildings. Nothing. Yet the figure had vanished. I searched the entire area. Nothing. No footprints. No damaged fencing. No evidence whatsoever. Just empty ground. For several minutes, I stood there listening to the wind. A strange thought entered my head. What if the figure wasn't appearing at specific locations? What if it was appearing wherever somebody happened to be looking? The idea made no sense, but neither did anything else. Back in the office, I checked the cameras covering Gate 3. The footage showed me arriving, stepping from the truck, walking toward the fence, talking to empty air. My stomach dropped. There was no figure. Not even a shadow. Only me, standing alone in the middle of the night. I replayed it again. And again. Same result. Nothing. The camera saw an empty fence line. Exactly like the footage from the canal. I sat back in my chair. For the first time, a frightening possibility entered my mind. What if Frank was right? What if I shouldn't be thinking about this? Because every answer I found only created another question. The next appearance happened less than an hour later. This time, another camera caught my attention. A restricted maintenance gate on the western side of the property. A location nearly half a mile from Gate 3. I noticed movement near the fence. A dark shape, standing perfectly still. My chest tightened. There he was again. I immediately switched camera angles. The figure disappeared. I switched back. Gone. The fence stood empty. I stared at the monitor. A strange numbness settled over me. The fear was still there, but curiosity had become stronger. I printed the camera image, then compared it to the old photograph. The similarities were impossible to ignore. Same height, same shape, same posture. The realization should have felt satisfying. Instead, it made me feel trapped. Because now I knew something. The figure wasn't staying near the intake canal. It was moving, or appearing, or following some pattern I couldn't understand. And if it could appear anywhere on the property, what was stopping it from appearing somewhere closer? Around 3 in the morning, I discovered another report hidden in the archives. This one was different, very different. The report came from almost 11 years earlier. A guard had documented 5 separate sightings during a single week. The final paragraph caught my attention. I read it 3 times. Observed figure near gate 3. Observed same figure near Western Service, Road 20 minutes later. Impossible travel time between locations. Further investigation suspended. No explanation provided. I felt my skin crawl, because I had just experienced the exact same thing. The same gate, the same impossible movement, the same unanswered conclusion. And then I noticed something else. A handwritten note at the bottom of the page. Different handwriting. Probably a supervisor. Only 4 words. Do not approach again. I stared at those words for a long time. Outside, the dark facility remained silent. The pumps continued running. The river continued flowing. Everything looked normal. But for the first time since starting this job, I wasn't wondering who the figure was. I was wondering why somebody had officially ordered guards to stop approaching him. And what happened to the last person who ignored that warning? The words wouldn't leave my head. Do not approach again. 4 simple words, written at the bottom of a report that was older than some of the employees working at North River plant. I kept staring at them. The ink had faded. The paper had yellowed. But the warning felt fresh, like somebody had written it yesterday. I wanted to know who wrote it. More importantly, I wanted to know why. What happened to the guard who ignored that warning? The report never said. And that bothered me more than the sightings themselves. Because reports are supposed to explain things. They're supposed to close stories. This one felt like it had been cut in half. The ending was missing. And somehow, I already knew I wasn't going to like it. The next night began with rain. A slow, steady rain that covered the facility in a gray curtain. Water dripped from rooftops. Puddles formed across the access roads. The entire plant looked colder than usual. Frank wasn't there when I arrived. Another supervisor handled the shift change. A younger guy named Kevin. He barely spoke. Handed me the keys. Signed a few forms. Left. Part of me felt relieved. I didn't want another conversation filled with half answers. I was tired of people acting strange whenever the subject came up. Because now I knew something important. The sightings weren't new. They weren't isolated. And somebody inside the water authority knew more than they were admitting. I just didn't know how much more. Around midnight, I made coffee and settled into the security office. Rain tapped softly against the windows. The camera screens glowed in the darkness. The entire room felt detached from the world outside. Like a bunker. Safe. For a while, I pulled the old reports from storage again. This time I started digging deeper. Much deeper. The archive room sat behind the maintenance offices. Most employees ignored it. Dust covered nearly everything. Rows of filing cabinets stretched along the walls. Old records, old maps, old incident reports, decades of forgotten paperwork. The deeper I searched, the stranger things became. At first, the reports appeared random. A sighting here, a sighting there, different guards, different years. Then patterns started appearing. The figure almost always appeared after midnight, usually near water, usually near restricted fencing, and almost always alone, never interacting, never speaking, just standing, watching, waiting. The descriptions remained remarkably consistent. Dark jacket, dark pants, average height, motionless posture, no identifiable facial features. My stomach slowly tightened. The oldest report I found came from 1984, more than 40 years earlier. The reporting officer described a man standing near the intake canal during a winter storm. The details matched perfectly. 40 years. The exact same description. The exact same behavior. The exact same location. I sat back in my chair. A strange numbness spread through me, because there was only one conclusion left. Whatever people were seeing, it wasn't aging, and it wasn't changing. I wanted to laugh. The idea sounded ridiculous, impossible, but every report pointed toward the same thing. The same man, appearing year after year, decade after decade. The rain outside grew heavier. Wind rattled the office windows. For a moment, I looked toward the dark glass. My own reflection stared back. Tired eyes, pale face, someone who wasn't sleeping enough. Maybe that was the answer. Maybe all of this had gotten into my head. Then I opened another file, and that possibility disappeared. The report came from 1997. Attached to it was a photograph. Not the same photograph I had found before. A different one, taken from a different angle. The image showed the eastern perimeter fence. Gate 3. My pulse quickened. Standing beside the fence was the figure. The same figure. The exact same clothes. The exact same posture. I compared it to the newer photograph. No difference. Not one. The man looked identical, like two pictures taken on the same day. Only they weren't. They were separated by years. I felt cold, the kind of cold that starts somewhere deep inside your chest. I checked the dates again, then again. Still the same, still impossible. The silence in the archive room suddenly felt oppressive. The air felt heavier. The rows of filing cabinets seemed darker somehow. I returned to the security office carrying several folders. The rain continued falling. The facility cameras showed empty roads, empty buildings. Everything looked normal, but normal had become a dangerous word, because nothing felt normal anymore. Around 1:40 a.m., I found something that changed everything. A logbook, old, leather-bound, almost falling apart. The date on the cover read 1978. I carefully opened it. The pages crackled. Most entries were routine. Equipment checks, maintenance notes, weather observations. Then I reached a page marked October 17. The handwriting immediately caught my attention. The guard described seeing a man near the intake structures. The description matched perfectly. Again, I kept reading. The guard reported approaching the figure. The figure disappeared. Again, the guard searched the area. Found nothing. Again, it was like reading my own reports. Word for word. Emotion for emotion. 48 years apart. I turned another page. Then another. The sightings continued, night after night, week after week. The guard became obsessed, the same way I was becoming obsessed. I knew exactly how he felt. The frustration, the curiosity, the need to understand. The entries grew longer, more emotional, less professional. The man's writing became shaky, almost desperate. Then suddenly the report stopped. No conclusion, no explanation, nothing. The next pages belonged to a different guard. I checked personnel records. The original guard had resigned. Immediately. No notice. No reason given. Just gone. I stared at the file. Something about it felt wrong, like a story missing its final chapter. Then I noticed a folded sheet of paper tucked inside the back cover. My heart skipped. It wasn't part of the official logbook. It looked hidden, forgotten. I unfolded it carefully. The handwriting matched the missing guard. The date was 3 days after his resignation. The note wasn't long, only a few paragraphs, but I still remember every word. He wrote that the figure had finally looked at him. Not spoken, not approached, just looked at him. And after that happened, he began seeing the man everywhere. At home, near roads, outside windows, reflections, parking lots, places far away from the plant. The sightings followed him. According to the note, he quit because he believed the figure was no longer tied to the facility. He believed it was tied to him. I slowly lowered the paper. The office felt unusually quiet. The rain had stopped. Even the wind seemed gone. For several seconds, I simply listened. Nothing. No sound except the distant hum of machinery. Then my radio crackled. The sudden noise made me jump. A burst of static filled the speaker. Then silence. I picked it up. Security. No answer. Only static. The transmission lasted maybe 3 seconds. But something about it bothered me. Because beneath the static, I thought I heard water. Not rain. Not pipes. River water. The sound of the intake canal. I checked the timestamp. 2:17 a.m. A strange feeling settled over me. An urge. The same urge that had caused every bad decision so far. Curiosity. I opened the newest logbook, the one currently being used. I wanted to compare entries. Nothing more. Just compare. That's what I told myself. The book opened near the middle. Several recent patrol notes filled the pages. Then I reached tonight's section. My section. My handwriting appeared exactly where it should. Routine inspection completed. Perimeter secure. No unusual activity. I frowned. I hadn't written that. I knew I hadn't. The words sat there in black ink. Fresh ink. Written recently. My pulse began hammering. Slowly, I examined the page. Beneath the entry sat a signature. My signature. Perfectly copied. Every letter. Every detail. For several seconds, I couldn't breathe. Because I knew 2 things with absolute certainty. I had never written those words. And somewhere inside the plant, somebody, or something, already knew what my report would say. Then the camera alarm sounded. A single sharp tone. Monitor 12 flashed red. The intake canal. I turned toward the screen. And for the first time, the figure wasn't standing alone. There were 2 of them. The rain hadn't stopped for 6 days. Not once. Every road around Reservoir 9, looked like it was slowly dissolving into mud. The hills were hidden behind thick gray clouds. The trees dripped constantly. Even when the rain weakened, water still fell from branches and power lines. It felt like the entire world had become wet. And according to the weather report, it wasn't ending anytime soon. I had worked security for almost 16 years. Factories, warehouses, construction sites, water facilities. By then, very little bothered me. People always imagine security work as exciting. Most nights are the opposite. Long stretches of boredom interrupted by small problems. Broken locks, false alarms, lost workers, the occasional drunk trespasser. Nothing more. That was exactly what I expected when I accepted the assignment at Reservoir 9. A quiet week, a few rainy patrols, easy money. I couldn't have been more wrong. My shift started at 7 p.m. The sun had already disappeared behind the storm clouds. Darkness came early that week. By the time I arrived at the security office, the reservoir looked almost black. The water stretched for miles, an enormous dark shape surrounded by forest and hills. The place felt isolated even during the day. At night, it felt forgotten. The facility itself was small. A maintenance garage, a control building, several pump stations, miles of fencing, and a narrow patrol road that circled much of the shoreline. My job was simple: drive the route every few hours, check gates, monitor equipment, report anything unusual. The kind of work I could practically do in my sleep. At least that's what I thought. The day supervisor, a tired-looking man named Harris, handed me the keys. "Road's rough tonight." I nodded. "Storm damage?" "A little." He hesitated, then glanced toward the rain-covered windows. "Mostly flooding." The pause caught my attention. "Mostly." Harris looked away. "Just keep an eye on the north side." I waited. The explanation never came. A second later, he shrugged. "Probably nothing." I hated those words. Probably nothing. Those words almost always turned into something. Still, I didn't push. People working long shifts often said strange things. I figured it meant a damaged fence or a washed-out section of road. Nothing serious. By 8 p.m. I was alone. The security office sat on a small rise overlooking the reservoir. Rain tapped steadily against the roof. The windows rattled whenever strong wind rolled across the water. Inside, everything felt warm. Safe. The glow of monitors filled the room. Camera feeds showed empty roads, flooded ditches, shimmering reflections from security lights. Nothing unusual. For nearly an hour. Then one camera briefly flickered. Only for a second. The north shoreline. The image distorted. Static flashed across the screen. Then everything returned to normal. I frowned. Old cameras did that sometimes, especially during storms. Still, I made a note, just in case. Around 9 p.m., I started my first patrol. The truck bounced along the muddy access road. Rain hammered the windshield. The wipers struggled to keep up. Headlights illuminated curtains of water rushing through the darkness. Visibility was terrible. Maybe 50 feet at best. The reservoir remained hidden beyond the rain. I could hear it, couldn't see it. That bothered me. Large bodies of water always bothered me at night, especially when you knew they were there but couldn't actually see them. The shoreline road wound through dense forest. Trees leaned over the pavement. Their branches twisted in the headlights, Every few minutes, I checked gates and equipment stations. Everything appeared normal. Locked, secure, undisturbed. I began relaxing. Maybe Harris had been worried about nothing. Then I reached the north side. The atmosphere changed immediately. I couldn't explain why. The road looked the same. The forest looked the same. Yet something felt different. The rain seemed quieter there, muted somehow. The reservoir sat closer to the road on this side. Only a few yards separated the pavement from the water. The shoreline disappeared into darkness. I slowed the truck. The headlights swept across the edge of the reservoir. Black water moved beneath the storm. Small waves crashed against rocks. For a brief moment, I thought I saw something standing near the shoreline. A person. The shape appeared and vanished almost instantly. I hit the brakes. The truck stopped. Rain continued falling. The headlights illuminated empty ground. No person. No movement. Nothing. I stared through the windshield. Maybe a tree stump. Maybe a shadow. Maybe my imagination. The shape had only been visible for a second. Not long enough to identify. Eventually, I continued driving. But the image stayed with me. A dark figure near the water. Watching. The thought felt ridiculous. Yet I couldn't shake it. Back at the office, I reviewed the patrol footage from the vehicle camera. The section near the shoreline appeared exactly as I remembered. Rain, darkness, water, no figure, nothing unusual. I felt relieved, embarrassed too. Clearly, I had imagined it. Problem solved, or so I thought. Around 11 p.m., the rain intensified. The storm became violent. Wind slammed against the building. Branches scraped across windows. Thunder rolled somewhere beyond the hills. The cameras struggled constantly. Several feeds flickered. Static appeared more frequently. One monitor briefly lost signal, then recovered. I spent most of the hour watching screens and drinking coffee, trying not to think about the shape I thought I'd seen. Eventually, midnight arrived, the longest part of every shift. The hours when fatigue begins creeping into your thoughts. The hours when small sounds seem larger than they should. The hours when ordinary places start feeling strange. The radio suddenly crackled. I reached for it. Static filled the speaker. Then silence. No voice. No message. Just noise. I checked the signal indicator. Everything looked normal. A few minutes later, it happened again. Static. Then silence. The second burst lasted longer. Almost 5 seconds. As I listened, something about it felt odd. The sound wasn't random. It seemed layered, like another noise was hiding underneath. Something distant, something rhythmic. The moment I focused on it, the transmission ended. The room felt quiet again. Too quiet. I looked toward the rain-covered windows. Outside, darkness pressed against the glass. The reservoir remained invisible. Only the security lights reflected off the wet pavement. I don't know why, but I suddenly wanted daylight. Not because I was scared. Not yet. I simply felt uneasy. The kind of unease that arrives before you understand why. At 12:45 a.m., another camera flickered. The same north shoreline feed. Again, I leaned forward. The image stabilized. Then my stomach tightened. For a split second, I thought I saw someone standing near the water. The same location as before. The same shape. Motionless. Watching the reservoir. I immediately enlarged the image. The distortion vanished. The shoreline appeared empty. Rain fell steadily. No figure. No person. Nothing. I sat back slowly. My coffee no longer tasted right. The warmth was gone. A cold feeling had replaced it. The feeling that something was beginning. Not happening. Beginning. Like the first crack appearing in a wall. Small. Easy to ignore. But impossible to forget once you've seen it. I checked the maintenance logs. Mostly routine entries. Equipment inspections. Weather reports. Flood warnings. Then I found something strange. 3 separate reports from previous security officers. Each one mentioned unexplained movement near the north shoreline during heavy rain. The descriptions were frustratingly vague. No names. No details. Just observations. Movement near water. Unable to identify source. Area checked. Nothing found. I read them twice. Then a third time. The reports were years apart. Different employees. Different storms. Yet somehow they all described the same section of shoreline. I felt a knot forming in my stomach. Because suddenly, my experience didn't feel unique anymore. Other people had noticed something too. The question was what? And more importantly, why only during storms? The answer wasn't waiting in the reports. But before the night ended, I would discover something that made those old entries feel far less important. Something sitting alone on the north shoreline. Something that shouldn't have been there. And according to every camera pointed in that direction, it didn't exist at all. The truck shouldn't have been there. That was the first thing I thought when I saw it. The second thought was worse. Its engine was still running. Rain hammered against my windshield as I stared through the darkness. The maintenance vehicle sat near the North Shoreline access road, halfway between 2 service gates, nowhere near any active work zone. The headlights were on. The driver's door was closed. And according to the schedule, nobody should have been out there. For several seconds, I simply watched it. The vehicle wasn't moving. No one stepped out. No flashlight beams appeared. Nothing. Just a white company truck sitting alone beside the reservoir at nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. My stomach tightened. The night before, I had convinced myself that the strange sightings near the shoreline were probably shadows. Misidentified shapes. The product of rain and fatigue. This felt different. A truck was real. A truck left evidence. A truck had an owner. I picked up the radio. "Control, this is Unit 3. Only static answered. I frowned. The signal had been acting strangely all week, especially on the north side. That area seemed to swallow radio transmissions. Nobody could explain why. Normally, it wasn't a problem. Tonight it felt important. I tried again. Nothing. The speaker hissed softly before falling silent. Outside, rain continued pouring from the sky. The truck remained motionless. Waiting. At least that's how it felt. Waiting. I slowly pulled my patrol vehicle closer. The headlights illuminated muddy ground and standing water. As the distance shrank, details became clearer. The maintenance truck belonged to the Reservoir Authority. I recognized the logo immediately. Vehicle 27. One of the older trucks. I had seen it parked near the garage several times. But never out here. Not at this hour. Not during weather like this. The closer I got, the more uneasy I became. Something about the scene felt incomplete. Like I was arriving in the middle of a story. The engine idled steadily. A low mechanical rumble. The windshield wipers moved back and forth. Still operating. Rainwater slid across the glass. Yet there was nobody inside. I parked several yards away. For a moment, I stayed in my vehicle, watching, listening. The rain drummed against the roof. Wind moved through the trees. Far beyond the road, dark water stretched across the reservoir, hidden beneath darkness and storm clouds. I finally stepped outside. Cold rain immediately soaked my jacket. The wind carried the smell of wet earth and lake water. I approached slowly, flashlight in hand. The beam swept across the truck. Nothing unusual. No damage. No signs of a collision. No broken windows. Everything looked normal. Too normal. I reached the driver's side. The seat was empty. Keys still in the ignition. Engine running. Heater on. I stared at the dashboard. The fuel gauge showed nearly half a tank. A coffee cup sat in the center console. Steam still rose from the lid. My heartbeat quickened. Whoever had been driving this truck hadn't left very long ago. Minutes, not hours, maybe even less. I looked around. The shoreline stretched away into darkness. The rain distorted everything beyond my flashlight beam. Trees, mud, water, nothing moved. No footprints either. The storm had washed most traces away. I called out. Reservoir security. Only rain answered. I tried again. Louder. Nothing. A strange feeling settled into my chest. Not fear exactly. Not yet. Something closer to confusion. People don't simply disappear. Especially not during storms. Especially not while leaving their vehicle running. I searched the immediate area. The shoreline. The service road. The nearby equipment station. Nothing. No worker. No maintenance crew. No signs of anyone. Eventually, I returned to the truck. Something on the passenger seat caught my attention. A clipboard, partially covered by a rain jacket. I opened the door and grabbed it. Inspection forms. Routine maintenance paperwork. Most of it looked normal. Then I noticed the timestamps. The final entry had been completed only 12 minutes earlier. Location, North Shore Pump Station. Weather conditions, heavy rain. Equipment status, operational. That was it. The handwriting ended there. No final note. No sign-off. No indication anything unusual had happened. The worker had simply stopped writing, as if something interrupted him. The realization made me uncomfortable. I looked back toward the dark shoreline. The reservoir felt larger tonight. Much larger. The darkness above the water seemed endless. For a moment, I experienced the strange sensation that somebody was standing out there, watching me. The feeling arrived suddenly. Strong, almost physical. I swept my flashlight across the shoreline. Nothing. Only rain. Only darkness. Still the feeling remained. I hated that, because instincts don't need evidence. Sometimes they know things before your brain catches up. I forced myself back into my patrol vehicle. The heater blasted warm air across my face. A small relief. A brief moment of normality. I contacted dispatch using the office landline system through the truck computer. That worked. The radio still didn't. A supervisor answered. His name was Leonard. I explained the situation. The abandoned truck. The missing worker. The running engine. Several seconds of silence followed. Then Leonard asked a strange question. Which shoreline? The north side. Another pause. Longer this time. I could hear papers moving. Someone speaking in the background. Then Leonard returned. Stay near the vehicle. Why? We'll contact maintenance. Who was assigned to it? Silence. Then he finally answered. David Mercer. The name meant nothing to me. At the time. That would change later. The call ended. I waited. Rain continued falling. Minutes passed. Then 20 minutes. Then 30. Nobody arrived. No maintenance crew. No supervisor. No David Mercer. The isolation became difficult to ignore. The storm seemed louder now. The reservoir darker. The empty truck remained exactly where I had found it. Still running. Still waiting. At 1:52 a.m., something happened that I still struggle to explain. I noticed movement. Not near the truck. Farther down the shoreline. Near the water. At first, I thought it was another trick of the rain. Then the shape moved again. Slowly. A dark figure. Human-sized. Standing near the edge of the reservoir. My stomach dropped. The distance was too great for details. Maybe 100 yards. Maybe more. The figure stood perfectly still. Facing the water. The same posture. The same unnatural stillness I had seen before. A cold feeling spread through my chest. I raised binoculars. The lenses filled with rain droplets. The image blurred. I wiped them quickly. Focused again. The figure remained there. Motionless. Watching the reservoir. Then lightning flashed across the sky. The entire shoreline lit up for a fraction of a second. And the figure disappeared. Gone. The shoreline stood empty. My pulse hammered in my ears. I lowered the binoculars. Looked again. Nothing. Only darkness. Only rain. No person. No movement. I told myself it was the storm. The light. The distance. Anything else would have been harder to accept. Another 30 minutes passed. Eventually maintenance arrived. 2 workers in a utility truck. Both looked confused. One of them checked vehicle 27. Then looked at me. Where's David? I shook my head. That's what I've been trying to figure out. The workers exchanged a glance. Neither looked comfortable. One of them climbed into the abandoned truck. The other reviewed the clipboard. Then he frowned. A deep frown. The kind people make when something doesn't make sense. I walked closer. What is it? The worker hesitated, then pointed to the paperwork. I looked down. My stomach tightened immediately. The final inspection form carried tonight's date, but the signature at the bottom belonged to David Mercer. The problem was simple. According to the worker standing beside me, David Mercer had retired almost 3 years earlier. For several seconds, none of us spoke. Rain continued falling. The reservoir stretched silently beyond the shoreline. And suddenly, the abandoned truck felt far less important than the question now sitting in all our minds. If David Mercer hadn't worked here for 3 years, who had been driving his truck tonight? And why had someone completed his inspection route only minutes before I arrived? The first voice sounded like it was calling for help. The second sounded like it knew my name. That's when I stopped telling myself it was the wind. 3 nights had passed since the abandoned maintenance truck appeared on the shoreline. 3 nights since I learned that David Mercer had supposedly retired years before somebody completed his inspection. Nobody ever found an explanation. Management called it a paperwork error. The truck was returned to storage. The incident disappeared into a file cabinet. Everyone moved on, or at least they pretended to. I couldn't, because every night afterward felt different. The reservoir felt different. The darkness felt different, like something had shifted, like the storm had opened a door that wasn't fully closed anymore. The rain continued, day after day, night after night. Reservoir 9 seemed trapped beneath a permanent blanket of gray clouds. The water level kept rising. Creeks overflowed. Road shoulders crumbled. Entire sections of forest stood submerged beneath dark water. In every shift, I found myself watching the north shoreline. Waiting. I wasn't sure for what. The figure. The truck. An answer. Maybe all three. The strange sounds started shortly after midnight. At first, they were easy to dismiss. A distant noise. Barely noticeable. The kind of thing you hear once and forget. I was parked near Pump Station 4 when it happened. Rain tapped softly against the truck roof. The reservoir stretched into darkness beyond my headlights. I had just finished a routine inspection when I heard something drift across the water. A voice, or what sounded like a voice. I froze. The sound was faint, far away, almost swallowed by wind. I rolled down the window. Cold air rushed inside. For several seconds I listened. Nothing. Only rain. Only water. The sound didn't repeat. Eventually, I convinced myself it had come from somewhere across the reservoir. Maybe a camper. Maybe a fisherman. Maybe another employee. The explanation felt reasonable. Until the next night. I was driving along the eastern shoreline around 1 a.m. The rain had weakened for once. Fog drifted across the reservoir. Thin layers of white floating above black water. The entire landscape looked unreal, like a dream somebody forgot to finish. Then I heard it again. A voice, much clearer this time. I immediately slowed the truck. The sound seemed to come from across the water. A single call, drawn out, almost mournful. The voice belonged to a man. At least I thought it did. The strange thing was how far away it sounded. The reservoir was nearly 4 miles wide in some areas. Yet the voice seemed close enough to touch, as if somebody stood just beyond the trees. I stepped outside. The night felt unnaturally still. No wind, no thunder, only distant rain. And the reservoir. I listened carefully. Several seconds passed. Then the voice returned. Long, slow, impossible to understand. The words blurred together, but the emotion reached me clearly. Loneliness. That's the only way I can describe it. Whoever or whatever made that sound seem desperately alone. The feeling unsettled me more than any scream could have. I returned to the office and checked local activity reports. No authorized personnel were working near the shoreline. No boats. No contractors. Nothing. The mystery stayed with me. But it wasn't enough to scare me. Not yet. The third night changed everything. I remember the exact time. 1:17 a.m. because I wrote it down immediately afterward. I was parked near an observation point overlooking the north side of the reservoir. Rain had stopped temporarily. The clouds remained. The darkness remained. But for once the water looked calm, almost peaceful. I sat drinking coffee while reviewing inspection notes. Then somebody called my name. My entire body froze. The voice came from outside, across the water, clear as day. Not loud, not shouting, simply speaking. My name. I immediately looked around. Nobody. The shoreline remained empty. Trees swayed gently in the darkness. Water reflected scattered security lights. Nothing moved. For several seconds, I sat perfectly still, listening, waiting. My heart pounded harder than it should have. I rolled down the window. The cold air smelled like wet earth and rain-soaked leaves. Everything remained silent. Then it happened again. My name, slowly spoken, carried across the reservoir. Every hair on my arm stood up. The voice sounded familiar. That was the worst part. Not familiar enough to identify, just familiar enough to feel wrong. Like hearing somebody from an old memory. Someone you haven't thought about in years. Someone you shouldn't be hearing. I stepped outside. The darkness immediately felt larger. The reservoir stretched endlessly before me. Black water beneath black sky. The voice didn't return. Instead, another sound appeared. A whistle. Low. Soft. Coming from somewhere across the water. I turned toward it. The sound drifted through the fog, then vanished. A minute later, it came from a different direction. My stomach tightened. That wasn't possible. The distances were too great. The movement too fast. Sound could travel strangely across water. I knew that, but this felt different. The whistle seemed to move intentionally, like somebody circling the shoreline. Watching, the realization sent a chill through me. I returned to the truck, locked the doors, started recording audio on my phone. If the sounds returned, I wanted proof. Something real, something measurable. The whistle appeared again, then the voice, then silence. The pattern repeated several times. Always distant, always impossible to locate, always just beyond understanding. Eventually, my shift ended. Back at the office, I listened to the recording. The audio captured rain, wind, the truck engine. Nothing else. No voice, no whistle, no sound crossing the water. The recording made me look ridiculous, like I had imagined everything. I stared at the speaker for a long time. The same thing had happened with the shoreline figure. The same thing had happened with the abandoned truck reports. Evidence never seemed to cooperate. Reality kept slipping through my fingers. The next day, I started asking questions. Carefully, casually. Most employees brushed it off. Then I spoke with an older maintenance worker named Glenn. Glenn had worked at Reservoir 9 for over 20 years. Long enough to remember people everyone else had forgotten. The moment I mentioned hearing voices across the water, his expression changed. Not dramatically, just enough. A slight tightening around the eyes. A brief hesitation. Then he asked a question. Did it sound close? I nodded. His face became pale. That's what I thought. The answer surprised me. You've heard it too. Glenn looked toward the rain-covered reservoir outside the cafeteria window. For several seconds he didn't speak. Then he nodded. Years ago, a strange feeling settled into my chest. What was it? Glenn slowly shook his head. No idea. That answer felt honest, which somehow made it worse. because Glenn wasn't pretending to know. He was admitting he didn't. Then he told me something I still remember. Back in the late 1990s, several workers reported hearing voices during heavy storms. Always across the reservoir. Always after midnight. Some heard their names. Others heard conversations. One worker claimed he heard his wife calling him from the shoreline. The problem: his wife had died 6 years earlier. I stared at him, waiting for a smile, a joke, anything. None came. Glenn simply looked tired, like somebody remembering something he'd rather forget. That night, the rain returned harder than ever. The storm rolled across the reservoir like a living thing. Waves crashed against the shoreline. Trees bent beneath powerful wind. Visibility dropped to almost nothing. I should have stayed in the office. Instead, I found myself driving toward the North Shore again. Toward the same place where the abandoned truck had appeared. Toward the same place where the voices seemed strongest. Part of me hoped for answers. Another part feared finding them. Around 2 a.m., I parked near the water's edge. The storm howled around me. Rain slammed against the windshield. The reservoir had become an endless black void. Then I heard it. Not one voice. Several. Faint, distant, overlapping, moving across the water. My pulse hammered. The sounds drifted through the storm. Some seemed to be calling. Others seemed to be talking. One sounded like laughter. Another sounded like crying. The noises blended together into something almost human. Almost. Then lightning flashed across the reservoir. For one brief second, the shoreline illuminated, and I saw someone standing near the water, far ahead, motionless, watching the reservoir. The same posture, the same unnatural stillness. Then darkness returned. The figure vanished. The voices stopped. The storm continued. And for the first time since arriving at Reservoir 9, I became certain of something. Whatever people had been hearing across the water, it wasn't trying to bring them closer. It was trying to keep their attention somewhere else. Because as I drove away that night, I discovered fresh footprints in the mud beside my truck. And they weren't leading toward the reservoir. They were leading away from it, toward the forest behind me. I found the box by accident. If I hadn't dropped my flashlight, I probably never would have seen it. That's the truth. After everything that happened at the Black Basin, I started avoiding that part of the reservoir whenever possible. I still did my job. I still completed patrols. But something had changed. The place no longer felt like a workplace. It felt like territory. Like something else lived there. Something patient. Something that didn't care whether I believed in it. The camera outage bothered me more than the reflection itself. 17 seconds. Every camera. Every angle. The exact same gap. Maintenance couldn't explain it. Management didn't want to discuss it. And everyone who had worked at Reservoir 9 long enough seemed to have developed the same habit. They stopped asking questions. I wasn't there yet. Maybe I should have been. Maybe things would have turned out differently. The rain finally ended for good during my 4th week. Clear skies returned. The reservoir slowly settled back into its normal routine. Water levels dropped. Road crews repaired damaged access routes. Workers started acting like the strange weather was over. Like the problems had passed. But the strange events didn't stop. They simply became quieter. Harder to notice. Harder to explain. A glimpse of movement between trees. A distant voice that vanished before you understood it. An empty vehicle appearing somewhere it shouldn't. The feeling of being watched. Always the feeling of being watched. One night, near the end of my shift, I stopped at an old storage building near Route 12. Most employees ignored it. The structure sat on a remote section of the property, rarely used anymore. Years ago, it had stored maintenance equipment. Now it mostly held outdated supplies and forgotten records. My flashlight slipped from my hand while I was checking a damaged lock. It bounced across the floor and rolled behind a row of rusted shelves. I crouched to retrieve it. That's when I noticed the box. A plain cardboard archive box, covered in dust, hidden behind old equipment. Something about it stood out immediately. Not because it looked unusual, because somebody had deliberately hidden it. I pulled it into the open. Dust filled the air. The label had faded almost completely. Only 2 words remained readable. Route 12. A strange feeling settled over me. I carried the box back to the security office. Part of me already knew I wasn't going to like what was inside. The first file belonged to a security officer named Alan Pierce. Date 1994. The report started normally. Fence inspections, gate checks, equipment logs, routine work. Then things changed. The entries became longer, more personal, less professional. One report described hearing voices across the reservoir. Another described a dark figure near the shoreline. Another mentioned reflections behaving strangely during calm weather. I felt my pulse quicken. The similarities were impossible to ignore. I turned pages faster. Every strange thing I had experienced appeared somewhere in those reports. The voices, the figure, the impossible sightings, even the abandoned vehicle incident. Not the same truck. A different maintenance vehicle. Different year. Same circumstances. Engine running. Driver missing. No explanation. I sat motionless. The room suddenly felt smaller. Because now I knew something important. I wasn't experiencing random events. I was following a path. The exact same path other guards had followed before me. I opened another file. Then another. Then another. The names changed. The years changed. The stories didn't. Every security officer eventually encountered the same pattern. The shoreline, the voices, the reflections, the figure, always in that order. Always. The realization made my stomach turn. Because if the pattern continued, then something else was supposed to happen next. Something I hadn't reached yet. Around 3 in the morning, I found a personnel folder. Inside were resignation forms. Dozens of them. Far too many. Security officers. Night patrol staff. Contract guards. Most had worked less than a year. Several left after only months. At first, that didn't seem unusual. Security jobs often had high turnover. Then I noticed something strange. Many resignation letters contained nearly identical wording. Not exactly identical. Close enough. References to stress, sleep problems, an inability to continue night work. Feelings of being watched. One former guard wrote that he could no longer trust his own reflection. Another described hearing conversations inside empty rooms. A third claimed somebody followed him home. The stories sounded different on the surface. Underneath, they felt connected, like different people trying to describe the same nightmare. I kept reading. Hours disappeared. The deeper I searched, the darker things became. Then I found a photograph, a group picture, 8 security officers standing outside the reservoir office. The date read 2003. I studied their faces. Normal people, smiling, relaxed, workers finishing another shift. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual. Then I counted. 9 people appeared in the photograph. Not 8. 9. The 9th person stood in the back, partially obscured, almost hidden. My pulse stopped. Dark jacket, motionless posture, face impossible to identify. The same figure, standing among them. I stared at the image for nearly a minute, trying to convince myself I was wrong, trying to find another explanation. None appeared. The figure looked exactly the same. 20 years earlier. No older. No different. The room suddenly felt cold. I checked the employee roster attached to the photograph. Only 8 names. Not 9. No explanation existed for the extra person. And somehow nobody had noticed. Or nobody wanted to. The final discovery came just before dawn. Tucked inside the bottom of the box sat a small notebook. Black cover. No label. No name. The first page contained only a date. 7 years earlier. The handwriting belonged to another guard. His entries were brief, direct, terrified. Unlike the others, he seemed less interested in understanding what was happening. He simply documented it. Every night, every encounter, every sighting. The notebook ended with a final entry. A single paragraph. I still remember reading it. I still remember the feeling. The guard wrote that he finally understood why so many people quit. Not because they were afraid, because eventually they noticed something. Something hidden inside every photograph, every reflection, every camera frame. The same person, always closer, always approaching. He believed the figure wasn't staying near the reservoir. He believed it was slowly moving toward whoever noticed it. Page after page, year after year, person after person, closer. The final sentence made my blood run cold. It read, "If you're reading this, check your employee badge photo." I immediately reached for my wallet. My hands were shaking. The badge slid free. I told myself this was ridiculous. A coincidence. A prank. Nothing more. I looked at the photograph. My face stared back. Tired. Older than when I started. Perfectly normal. Relief flooded through me. Then I noticed the background. The badge photo had been taken against a plain gray wall. At least it should have been. Now a dark shape stood behind me. Barely visible. Easy to miss. Standing several feet back. Motionless. Watching. I dropped the badge. The plastic struck the floor. For several seconds I couldn't breathe. Because I knew with absolute certainty that figure hadn't been there before. And according to the timestamp printed on the badge, the photograph had been taken on my very first day at Reservoir 9. Long before I ever heard the voices. Long before I saw the reflections. Long before I knew any of this existed. My shift ended 30 minutes later. I submitted my resignation that morning. No explanation. No notice. Just like dozens of guards before me. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I stayed. Sometimes I wonder whether the figure eventually reaches everyone who keeps looking. But the question that truly keeps me awake is this. If the figure was already standing behind me on my first day, then who was it really following all those years? Me, or the guard who held that badge before I did? The noise never stopped. That was the first thing I noticed about Building C. Day or night, it never truly became quiet. Even when nobody was working, even when entire sections sat empty, something was always moving. Pumps, motors, filtration systems, massive machines hidden behind concrete walls. The building seemed alive in its own way, breathing through pipes, speaking through vibrations. I had worked security for nearly 12 years before arriving at the North Valley Water Treatment Plant. Most assignments were simple: warehouses, industrial yards, office complexes. Building C felt different from the moment I stepped inside. Not dangerous, just enormous. The filtration hall alone was larger than some factories I had guarded. Rows of steel tanks stretched into the distance. Catwalks crossed overhead. Pipes as wide as small cars disappeared into concrete walls. The entire structure felt less like a building and more like a machine. A machine big enough to swallow people. My assignment was straightforward: indoor patrols, check equipment areas, inspect emergency exits, monitor restricted sections, repeat every hour. Simple work, quiet work, the kind I preferred. At least that's what I thought during my first week. Most guards disliked indoor shifts. They preferred vehicle patrols. I understood why. Inside Building C, it was easy to lose track of time. The lighting never changed. The air always smelled faintly of chlorine and damp concrete. Every hallway looked similar. Every turn seemed familiar. After a few hours, the building started playing tricks on your sense of direction. Even experienced employees joked about getting lost. I laughed along with them. Then one night I got lost myself. Not completely, just enough to feel uncomfortable. It happened during my second week. I was checking an access corridor near the lower filtration chambers. The hallway should have connected directly to stairwell 3. I knew the route. I'd walked it dozens of times. Yet somehow I found myself standing in front of a locked maintenance door I had never seen before. I stared at the sign. Confirmed access required. Below it hung a faded tag. SUBLEVEL service tunnel. I frowned. Nobody had mentioned service tunnels. The building maps didn't show them either. The discovery felt strange. Not frightening, just unexpected. I noted the location and continued my patrol. The incident should have ended there. It didn't. The next night, I returned to the same corridor. The door was gone. I stopped walking, looked around, checked every wall. Nothing. The maintenance door had disappeared. In its place stood plain concrete. No hinges, no handle, no sign, nothing. I actually laughed. I thought I had made a mistake, taken a wrong turn, misremembered the location. But the feeling stayed with me, like a pebble trapped inside a shoe. Small, annoying, impossible to ignore. The days passed. My routine settled into place. Every patrol followed the same path. Control room, filtration hall, chemical storage area, pump chambers, maintenance corridors, then back again. The work became familiar, predictable, comforting, but strange things kept appearing around the edges. Tiny things, easy to dismiss. A door left open after being locked. A light switched off for no reason. footsteps echoing somewhere distant. The building was old. Industrial buildings made noise. I told myself that constantly. The explanations felt reasonable. Until one particular night. The storm arrived shortly before midnight. Rain hammered the roof. Thunder rolled across the valley. The giant filtration hall seemed darker than usual. Shadows pooled beneath equipment. Catwalks disappeared into darkness overhead. The atmosphere felt heavy, the way a room feels before bad news arrives. I was halfway through a patrol when I noticed someone standing on the upper walkway. At first, I assumed it was a maintenance worker. The silhouette stood motionless near a railing, 30 feet above the floor. I stopped walking, raised my flashlight. The beam climbed across pipes and steel supports. The figure vanished. My stomach tightened. I immediately headed toward the nearest staircase. The upper walkway wasn't far away. If someone was up there, I'd find them. The climb took less than a minute. When I reached the catwalk, it was empty. No worker, no equipment, no sign anyone had been there. The only sound came from machinery humming beneath me. I checked nearby sections. Nothing. The encounter bothered me more than it should have. Because the figure hadn't moved, hadn't reacted. One moment it existed, the next it didn't. The memory followed me for the rest of the shift. 3 nights later, I saw it again. Same walkway, same location, same stillness. This time I didn't rush upstairs. Instead, I watched. The figure stood perfectly motionless, head slightly lowered, arms hanging at its sides. A normal person couldn't stay that still. Not for long. Yet the silhouette never moved. Several seconds passed. Then the lights flickered. Just once. When they stabilized, the figure was gone. I stared at the empty walkway. My pulse beat harder than normal. Something felt wrong. Not because I thought I'd seen a ghost, because the experience reminded me of something. A memory I couldn't quite reach. A feeling of familiarity. Like recognizing a face without remembering the name. The thought stayed with me all night. The answer finally arrived during lunch the next day. I was sitting with an older operator named Frank. Frank had worked inside Building C for almost 30 years. If anyone knew the building's history, it was him. I casually mentioned the upper walkway, the figure, the strange sightings. His reaction surprised me. He became quiet, very quiet. Then he asked a question. Was it near Tank 7? The words immediately caught my attention. How did you know? Frank didn't answer right away. He simply stared into his coffee. For several moments, neither of us spoke. Then he sighed. You're not the first. A cold sensation spread through my chest. What do you mean? Frank rubbed his forehead. Years seemed to settle onto his face. Finally he spoke. Every few years somebody reports seeing someone up there. I waited. Who is it? He slowly shook his head. No idea. The answer somehow felt worse. Not because he didn't know. Because he sounded honest. Frank wasn't hiding information. He genuinely didn't understand it. Then he told me something else. Something I couldn't stop thinking about afterward. The reports went back decades. Security guards, operators, maintenance crews, different people, different years, same sighting, a lone figure near Tank 7, always motionless, always disappearing, always gone before anyone reached the walkway. Nobody ever figured out why. That night I couldn't concentrate. Every shadow seemed darker. Every sound felt sharper. The giant machinery no longer seemed comforting. The building felt crowded, not with people, with possibilities, questions, things that didn't fit. Around 2 a.m., I reached the filtration hall again. The massive room stretched before me, endless rows of equipment disappearing into darkness. The upper walkways crossed overhead like bridges. For several moments, I simply stood there, listening. The machinery vibrated through the floor beneath my boots. Then I noticed something unusual. One of the pumps had stopped. The sudden silence felt shocking. After weeks inside Building C, I had become accustomed to constant noise. Without it, the building felt wrong, incomplete. I contacted maintenance. No answer. Radio silence. Strained. Someone should have responded. I repeated the call. Nothing. The unease inside me deepened. The hall suddenly seemed much larger, much emptier. I began walking toward the silent pump. My flashlight beam bounced across steel surfaces. Long shadows stretched between machinery. The darkness seemed thicker than usual. Then I heard footsteps. Not mine. Someone else's. Slow. Measured. Above me. I stopped immediately. The footsteps continued. 1, 2, 3, crossing the upper walkway, directly over my position. I looked up. The catwalk stood empty. The footsteps stopped. Silence returned. The moment lasted only seconds, yet it felt much longer. I remained frozen, listening, waiting. Nothing happened. Eventually, I continued toward the pump station. That's when I discovered the wet footprints. A trail crossed the concrete floor. Fresh, dark, leading away from the silent machinery. The prints looked strange. Not muddy, not oily. Water, only water. As though someone had walked through the building with soaked boots. I followed them. The trail moved between equipment, past storage rooms, toward a section rarely used anymore. The footprints never varied. Same spacing, same direction, same steady pace. I followed them for nearly 200 feet. Then they ended. Not faded, not dried. Ended. The final print sat alone on the concrete. Beyond it, nothing. No continuation. No turn. No explanation. Just empty floor. I stared at that final footprint for a very long time. The building hummed around me. The machinery continued breathing through pipes and steel walls. Everything appeared normal. Yet standing there, looking at that impossible trail, I felt something settle inside me. A realization. Building C wasn't empty after hours. Not really. Something else moved through these halls. Something that knew the building far better than I ever would. And as I headed back toward the control room, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The wet footprints hadn't completely disappeared. One final print remained behind. Not on the floor. On the metal platform beside me. Fresh, dark, and facing directly toward the chair where I spent most of my nights alone. The footsteps started 3 nights after I found the wet print beside my chair. At first, I convinced myself they belonged to maintenance workers. That explanation lasted less than an hour. Because according to the schedule, nobody was supposed to be inside Building C after midnight. And the footsteps always began after midnight. Always. The first time, I was sitting in the control room reviewing inspection logs. The building hummed around me as usual. Pumps vibrated through the concrete floor. Water rushed through hidden pipes. Motors droned behind thick walls. Normal sounds. Familiar sounds. Then another sound appeared. A heavy step. Clang. Metal against metal. The noise echoed through the filtration hall. I looked up immediately. Another step followed. Slow. Deliberate. Clang. Clang. The sound came from the upper maintenance catwalks. I checked the wall clock. 12:43 a.m. Nobody should have been there. For several seconds I listened. The footsteps continued. Heavy, steady, almost lazy. Like someone taking their time. I grabbed my flashlight and radio. The noise stopped before I reached the door. Silence filled the building again. I walked into the filtration hall. Rows of machinery stretched into darkness. Catwalks crossed overhead. Everything looked normal. Empty. I swept my flashlight along the upper platforms. Nothing. No worker. No movement. No explanation. After 10 minutes of searching, I returned to the control room. The moment I sat down, the footsteps resumed. Directly above me. I nearly jumped from the chair. Clang. 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 Slow footsteps crossing steel grating. I rushed outside again. The sound stopped instantly. That pattern repeated all night. Every time I investigated, silence. Every time I returned, footsteps. The experience annoyed me more than it scared me. At least initially. I assumed someone was playing games. Maybe another employee. Maybe a contractor. People got bored during night shifts. Pranks happened. The theory made sense. Until the next evening. I reviewed security footage. Building C contained cameras covering nearly every major walkway, including the upper catwalks. I checked footage from the exact times I heard the footsteps. The recordings showed empty platforms. Nothing moved. No workers. No intruders. Just silent steel walkways stretching through darkness. Yet the microphones captured something. The footsteps, clear as day. Heavy impacts echoed through the recording. One after another. Loud enough to hear. Loud enough to shake nearby railings. But no person appeared. I replayed the footage several times. The sound remained. The source didn't. The contradiction sat in my mind for the rest of the day. That night I arrived early. Part of me wanted answers. The other part dreaded finding them. The shift started normally. Routine inspections. Equipment checks. Paperwork. Everything felt ordinary. Around 1 a.m. the footsteps returned. This time they sounded different. Closer. Much closer. I was walking through the central filtration hall when the first impact echoed above me. Clang. I stopped immediately. Another followed. Then another. The sound traveled along the catwalk overhead, directly across my position. Slow. Measured. Purposeful. The hairs on my arms rose. I raised my flashlight. The beam cut through darkness. The walkway appeared empty. Yet the footsteps continued. Moving along steel grating, I could clearly see. No person. No shadow. Only sound. I stood frozen. Watching. Listening. Trying to understand. Then the footsteps stopped. A brief silence followed. Several seconds passed. Then something struck the railing above me. Bang! The sound exploded through the hall. I flinched. My flashlight beam jumped. The noise hadn't sounded accidental. It sounded deliberate, like someone hitting metal with an open hand. The building became silent again. I immediately climbed the nearest staircase. My pulse hammered in my chest. The upper catwalk felt colder than usual. The air smelled faintly metallic. I checked every section, every corner. Nothing. No evidence. No person. Only empty steel walkways stretching into darkness. Then I noticed something strange. A maintenance cart sat beside Tank 7. I hadn't seen it earlier. The cart looked old. Dust covered the wheels. Rust coated the frame. The equipment appeared abandoned. Yet one thing seemed wrong. The wheels were wet. Freshly wet. Tiny droplets reflected my flashlight. I touched one. Cold water. Not condensation. Not old moisture. Fresh. A chill moved through me. Because nobody had used that cart in years. At least according to Frank. I stepped back. The catwalk suddenly felt much larger. Much emptier. The building's constant hum seemed distant. Muted. As if something else had taken priority. Then a voice crackled through my radio. Maintenance dispatch. For one brief moment, I felt relieved. Human contact. Normal conversation. Something real. I answered immediately. The dispatcher sounded confused. He wanted to know why I was on the upper catwalk. My stomach tightened. How do you know where I am? Silence followed. Then his answer. Camera feed. I looked toward the nearest security camera. The lens pointed directly at me. Did you see anyone else up here? Another pause. No. The answer brought brief relief. Then the dispatcher continued. You've been standing there talking to somebody for almost 3 minutes. The words hit me like ice water. What? My voice sounded smaller than I intended. The dispatcher repeated himself. According to the camera, I had been facing the empty section of catwalk ahead of me, standing completely still, occasionally nodding, as if listening, as if holding a conversation. I couldn't speak, because I remembered climbing the stairs. I remembered finding the cart. I remembered looking around. I did not remember any conversation, not even a second of one. The dispatcher eventually laughed nervously. He assumed the camera angle was strange. The explanation should have comforted me. Instead, it made things worse, because I knew something he didn't. The section of catwalk he described wasn't empty. It was where the footsteps had stopped. The rest of the shift dragged by. Every sound felt suspicious. Every shadow seemed deeper. The building no longer felt familiar. It felt watchful. Near dawn, I found Frank drinking coffee in the break room. I told him everything. The footsteps, the cart, the camera footage, the strange radio call. His reaction unsettled me immediately, because he wasn't surprised, not even slightly. Frank simply listened, quietly, patiently. Then he asked a question. Did the footsteps sound heavy? I nodded. Very heavy. Like work boots. Frank stared into his coffee. His expression changed. Not fear. Something closer to sadness. Then he told me a story. 22 years earlier, a maintenance supervisor named Robert Hayes disappeared inside Building C. No accident report existed. No official explanation. The company claimed he quit unexpectedly. Most workers never questioned it. Frank did, because Robert had been his friend. The last place Robert was seen was the upper catwalk near Tank 7. The exact same location, the same walkway, the same area. According to Frank, workers reported hearing footsteps there for months afterward. Heavy footsteps, slow footsteps, footsteps with no owner. Management eventually discouraged discussion. The reports faded. People moved on, at least outwardly. Frank finished his coffee. Then he looked directly at me. "You know what's strange?" I swallowed. "What?" His eyes never left mine. The footsteps used to stop at the middle platform. A cold feeling spread through my chest. Frank continued. "They've been getting closer." The room suddenly felt silent. Even the distant machinery seemed to disappear. I stared at him, waiting for a smile, a joke, anything. None came. That night, I reviewed older inspection logs. Hours passed, page after page. Most reports were ordinary. Then I found something. A security note written 11 years earlier. One sentence. Nothing more. The guard had written, "The footsteps reached the lower platform tonight." I stared at the entry, then checked the date. 11 years ago. Another report appeared 6 years later. Different guard, different handwriting, same subject. The footsteps reached stairwell 3. A third report appeared 3 years after that. The footsteps reached the control corridor. I felt my pulse quicken, because I suddenly understood what Frank meant. The footsteps weren't wandering randomly. They were moving, year by year, report by report, closer, toward the occupied parts of the building, toward the places where people worked, toward the places where guards spent their nights, toward me. And just before sunrise, as I sat alone in the control room staring at those old reports, a single heavy footstep echoed directly outside the office door. Not above me, not somewhere distant, right outside. And for the first time since arriving at Building C, I didn't go investigate. The alarm started at exactly 2:11 in the morning. Not a warning, not a system error, an intrusion alarm, the kind that only activated when someone entered a restricted area. I remember staring at the monitor for several seconds before reacting, because the location didn't make sense. Observation Deck C. My stomach tightened immediately. Nobody used Observation Deck C anymore. Nobody could. The place had been sealed for years. Even most employees didn't know it existed. Yet the alarm indicator flashed bright red across my screen. Intrusion DATSCTD. Observation Deck C. I looked around the control room. The building hummed quietly beyond the walls. Everything seemed normal. The single heavy footstep I'd heard outside my office door the previous night still lingered in my thoughts. Now this. Something was changing. I could feel it. The strange events weren't staying isolated anymore. They were starting to overlap. The footsteps, the sightings, the impossible sounds, and now alarms. I grabbed my flashlight and radio. Part of me wanted to call maintenance. The other part knew exactly what would happen. Nobody would answer. Or worse, someone would answer and tell me there was nothing there. Just like before, I left the control room and headed toward the north stairwell. Observation Deck C sat above the filtration hall. Far above, near the oldest section of Building C, a section built decades before modern renovations. Most employees avoided it. The area served no purpose anymore. The windows had been sealed. The access route had been locked. The deck itself sat abandoned behind layers of security doors. At least officially. The walk felt longer than usual. Every footstep echoed through concrete corridors. The farther I climbed, the quieter the machinery became. That bothered me. I had grown accustomed to the constant noise. The vibration, the humming, the endless mechanical heartbeat of the plant. Without it, the building felt hollow, like something had died inside it. The alarm continued flashing on my handheld monitor. Still active, still reporting movement. I reached the upper access corridor. The hallway stretched ahead beneath dim emergency lights. Dust covered the floor. Nobody came here anymore. Nobody except me. Or so I thought. Then my flashlight beam caught something. Footprints. Fresh footprints. I froze. The prints crossed the dusty floor. Clear, sharp, undeniably recent. A trail leading toward observation deck C. My pulse quickened. The footprints weren't wet this time. Just clean, as if someone had walked through years of dust moments earlier. I followed them slowly. The corridor felt colder with every step. The temperature difference was impossible to ignore. The rest of Building C remained warm from machinery. This section felt abandoned, forgotten. The air smelled stale, like old paper and rust. The footprints continued toward the final security door. Then they stopped. Not faded, not turned. Stopped, exactly like the wet footprints had. The last print rested directly in front of the sealed entrance. Beyond it, nothing. The sight made my stomach knot. The alarm panel beside the door blinked red. Intrusion DATSCTD. I checked the lock. Still secured. Still sealed. No signs of damage. No forced entry. No explanation. Yet according to the system, someone was inside. For several moments, I stood there listening. Nothing. Complete silence. Then a sound drifted through the door. A footstep. Heavy, slow, directly on the other side. Every muscle in my body locked. The sound came again. Clang. Metal grating. The exact same noise I had been hearing above the filtration hall. The exact same footsteps. Except now they were separated from me by a single steel door. A strange mix of fear and relief swept through me. Fear because the footsteps were real. Relief because at least they had a location. A source. Something tangible. Something physical. I called dispatch. No answer. I tried maintenance. Nothing. The radios crackled with static. The silence felt deliberate. I hated that thought. Yet I couldn't shake it. The building suddenly seemed much larger. Much emptier. I stood there staring at the sealed door. Listening. The footsteps moved slowly across the deck beyond. 1, 2, 3. Then silence. I waited. Nothing happened. Eventually, I unlocked the security panel. The heavy lock released with a metallic click. My hand hesitated on the handle. I remember thinking about Robert Hayes, the missing supervisor, the footsteps, Tank 7. Everything seemed connected somehow, like invisible threads pulling toward the same place. I pushed the door open. The observation deck lay beyond. Dark, dusty, silent. My flashlight swept across the room. Old equipment sat abandoned beneath sheets of dust. Broken chairs rested against walls. Large observation windows overlooked the filtration hall below. Everything appeared untouched. Empty. No person, no intruder, no explanation. The alarm immediately stopped. The sudden silence felt almost worse. I stepped inside. Dust coated every surface. Years of neglect covered the room. Nobody had entered recently. That should have reassured me. Instead, it raised a different question. Who triggered the alarm? I walked deeper into the deck. The flashlight beam drifted across old control panels. Faded signs. Discarded equipment. Then it landed on something strange. A chair, positioned beside the observation windows. Unlike everything else, the chair appeared clean. Not spotless, just cleaner, as though someone had been using it. Recently, the sight sent a chill through me, because dust surrounded the chair. Dust covered everything nearby, yet the seat itself remained mostly clear. I approached carefully. The closer I got, the more uncomfortable I felt. The chair faced the windows, facing downward toward the filtration hall, toward the exact area where I spent most of my nights. I looked through the glass. The control room sat visible below. Small, distant, perfectly framed. Whoever sat in that chair could watch the room for hours, days, weeks. The thought unsettled me deeply. Then I noticed another detail, scratched into the window glass. Words, very faint, almost invisible. I moved closer. The flashlight illuminated the marks. The message looked old, written by someone using a key or screwdriver. 4 simple words. He's still walking. I stared at the sentence. My pulse hammered louder. The writing felt familiar somehow. Not the handwriting, the meaning. Walking, the footsteps, the endless movement through the building. The connection seemed obvious. Yet before I could think further, another alarm activated. The sound nearly made me drop the flashlight. A second intrusion alert. My handheld monitor flashed. Observation deck C. Again, I looked around the room. Confused. Impossible. I was already inside. How could the system report another intrusion? Then I noticed the location details. Not the deck itself. A secondary section. An area beyond a locked maintenance door at the far end of the room. A door I hadn't noticed before. The alarm came from behind it. The red light blinked steadily. Someone was moving beyond that wall. My mouth went dry. The footsteps returned. Slow, heavy, walking somewhere on the other side. The sound felt closer than ever before. Not above me. Not across the building. Just beyond the door. I approached slowly. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. Yet curiosity kept pulling me forward. The same curiosity that had caused every mistake so far. The maintenance door stood partially hidden behind old equipment. Its lock appeared ancient. Rust coated the handle. Dust covered the frame. Nobody should have opened it in years. Then I noticed the dust. A fresh line cut through it, as though the door had moved recently. Very recently. The realization hit me hard. Something had entered observation deck C. Something had moved through this forgotten room. And whatever it was, it hadn't left. The footsteps stopped. Silence filled the deck. For several seconds, I simply stood there staring at the door. Then a shadow appeared beneath it. Not moving, not shifting, just standing, waiting, on the other side. And when my radio finally crackled back to life after nearly 20 minutes of silence, the first thing I heard wasn't dispatch. It wasn't maintenance. It wasn't anyone I recognized. A low voice whispered through the speaker. One sentence. Calm, patient, almost friendly. You're closer than the others ever got. Then the radio went dead. The figure was already there when I looked up. I don't mean it appeared suddenly. I mean it was standing there the entire time, and somehow I hadn't noticed. 1 second, I was staring at the dead radio in my hand. The next, my eyes drifted toward the observation windows. And there it was, standing motionless behind the glass, watching me. For a moment, my brain refused to understand what I was seeing. The figure stood inside a section of the building that shouldn't have been accessible. A narrow maintenance corridor beyond the sealed observation area. A place locked behind multiple security barriers. A place nobody had entered for years. Yet someone stood there, perfectly still, perfectly silent. I froze. My flashlight beam trembled slightly. The person didn't move. The corridor behind them remained dark. Only the pale emergency lights illuminated their outline. I couldn't see details. Only shape, height, posture. The figure appeared to be a man. Tall, thin, standing with both arms hanging at his sides. Watching. Nothing else. No movement. No reaction. No expression. Just watching. For several seconds, neither of us moved. The silence felt wrong. The entire building seemed to be holding its breath. Then the radio crackled. The sudden noise nearly made me jump. Static burst from the speaker. A loud hiss. When I looked back toward the glass, the figure was gone. The corridor stood empty. My heart hammered inside my chest. I immediately swept the flashlight across the area. Nothing. No movement. No shadow. No sign anyone had ever been there. Yet I knew what I had seen. The image remained burned into my mind. The shape. The stillness. The way it had simply stood there. Like it expected me. The feeling followed me the rest of the night. By sunrise, I was exhausted. Not physically. Mentally. The building no longer felt like a workplace. It felt like a puzzle that was slowly closing around me. Every answer created 2 new questions. Every strange event connected to another. The footsteps. The alarms. The sealed observation deck. The old messages scratched into glass. The missing supervisor. And now the figure. Most people would have quit. I should have quit. Instead, I came back the next night. I wish I hadn't. The rain started shortly after sunset. Heavy rain. The kind that rattled windows and turned parking lots into mirrors. Water streaked across building, sees massive exterior glass. The weather made everything darker. Smaller. More isolated. By midnight, the entire facility felt cut off from the world. The storm swallowed every distant sound. Only the machinery remained. Only the endless hum. Around 1:30 a.m., I decided to review older security records. Not official reports. Archived footage. The forgotten files nobody ever checked. The search took nearly an hour. Most recordings showed nothing unusual. Empty corridors. Quiet machinery. Routine operations. Then I found a file dated 14 years earlier. The timestamp showed 2:13 a.m. Observation Deck C. My stomach tightened immediately. The camera angle overlooked the same corridor where I had seen the figure. The footage appeared grainy. Low quality. Old. At first nothing happened. Then movement appeared. A person stepped into frame. I leaned closer. The shape looked familiar. Very familiar. The same height. The same posture. The same strange stillness. The figure walked into view and stopped. Then simply stood there, facing the camera, not moving. Minutes passed. The person remained motionless. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15. The figure never moved. Never shifted. Never blinked. At least not visibly. I felt uncomfortable just watching. Something about the stillness felt unnatural. Wrong. Then another person entered frame. A security guard. The timestamp showed the guard approaching from a nearby corridor. He stopped when he noticed the figure. Even through the grainy footage, I could see his confusion, his hesitation. The guard approached carefully. The figure remained motionless. Then the recording ended. Not faded. Not corrupted. Ended. The file simply stopped. No explanation. No follow-up. Nothing. I searched for the guard's name. Eventually, I found it. Thomas Weaver, former night security officer. Employment terminated 3 weeks after the recording. No reason listed. Just gone. Another missing piece. Another loose thread. The deeper I dug, the worse everything became. At 2:04 a.m., the building alarm activated again. Observation deck C. I actually laughed. A nervous laugh. The kind people make when fear becomes exhausting. The alarm almost felt routine now. That realization disturbed me more than the alarm itself. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the stairwell. The climb felt familiar. Too familiar. The dusty corridor. The cold air. The footprints that appeared and vanished. I expected all of it. What I didn't expect was finding the maintenance door open. The same hidden door at the far end of the observation deck. The one that had been closed before. Now it stood partially open. Just a few inches. Darkness waited beyond. I stopped immediately. Every instinct told me to leave. The building felt different tonight. More alert. As though something had changed. Something had finally noticed me noticing it. The thought made my skin crawl. I pushed the door wider. The hinges groaned softly. The corridor beyond stretched into darkness. Narrow. Concrete. Old. Dust covered the floor. But not completely. Fresh footprints crossed the passage, leading deeper inside. One set. Large work boots. My flashlight followed them. Step by step, the footprints disappeared around a distant corner. I hesitated, then continued. The corridor twisted through forgotten sections of the building. Old maintenance spaces, abandoned storage rooms, unused equipment chambers, places hidden behind decades of renovations, places most employees probably didn't know existed. The deeper I went, the quieter everything became. Even the machinery faded. The facility's familiar heartbeat disappeared, leaving only silence and my own breathing. Then I saw light ahead, very faint, a pale glow around another corner. I slowed. Every nerve in my body felt awake. The light flickered softly, like an old fluorescent bulb. I rounded the corner and stopped. A room opened before me. Small, square, windowless, an abandoned monitoring station. Old desks lined the walls. Dust covered everything, except one chair. The chair faced me, and someone sat in it. For several seconds, my mind simply refused to process the sight. A man sat motionless beneath the weak overhead light. His back remained straight. His hands rested calmly on the armrests. He wore an old security uniform, one I had never seen before. The fabric looked decades old, faded, outdated. The man's head tilted slightly downward, as though he were sleeping or waiting. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. The room felt frozen in time. Then the man slowly lifted his head. The movement was so calm, so deliberate, that somehow it frightened me more. His face emerged from shadow, and my stomach dropped, because I recognized him. Not personally, from a photograph, a black and white employee photo attached to an old report. Robert Hayes, the missing supervisor, the man who vanished near Tank 7, the man connected to the footsteps, the man nobody ever found. The face looked older than the photograph, worn, exhausted, but unmistakable. His eyes met mine. I expected anger, or confusion, or something supernatural. Instead, I saw fear, pure fear. The expression looked trapped, like someone who had been waiting a very long time. Then he spoke. His voice sounded dry, weak, barely audible. 3 words: "Don't follow him." The overhead light immediately died. Darkness swallowed the room. I jerked backward. My flashlight snapped upward. The beam found the chair. Empty. Completely empty. No man. No movement. Nothing. Only dust. Only silence. Only the abandoned room. My pulse thundered inside my ears. I backed away slowly. The corridor suddenly felt much narrower, much darker, as if the building itself wanted me gone. Then a sound echoed from somewhere ahead. Not behind me. Ahead, deep within the forgotten maintenance tunnels. A single heavy footstep. Clang. Then another. Clang. Slow. Steady. Moving away. Leading deeper into the darkness. And before I could stop myself, before fear could overpower curiosity, my flashlight beam drifted forward and landed on something scratched into the concrete wall. A sentence, freshly carved. The dust still clung to the edges. The message read, "Robert wasn't the first." And underneath it, written in different handwriting, were 5 words that kept me awake for weeks afterward. He came from Highway 37. The first thing I noticed about the South facility was that nobody wanted to talk about it. Not the supervisor, not the maintenance crew, not even the security team. Every time the place came up, conversations seemed to end. People changed the subject, or simply walked away. At first I assumed it was because the facility was old. The South treatment plant had been operating for nearly 70 years. Most of the buildings looked exhausted. Concrete walls were stained black from decades of weather. Windows sat covered with dirt and mineral deposits. Rust crawled across railings and pipes like a living thing. The entire place felt forgotten. And soon it would be. Demolition crews were scheduled to begin work within 6 months. Most operations had already moved to newer facilities. Only a handful of systems remained active. A skeleton crew kept everything running until shutdown. That was why I was there. My company handled contract security. They needed someone to patrol the property during the final months. Easy money. Quiet nights. At least that's what I thought. The drive there took nearly an hour. The facility sat alone beyond miles of empty road. No nearby neighborhoods. No businesses. Nothing. Just trees, fields, and old utility roads. When the plant finally appeared through the morning fog, it looked more like an abandoned factory than a water treatment site. Large concrete structures rose from the landscape. Massive tanks, filtration buildings, pump stations. Everything seemed oversized, built during an era when nobody cared about appearance, only function. I parked beside the administration building and headed inside. The lobby smelled old, dusty, like wet paper and concrete. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A woman at the reception desk handed me paperwork without looking up. "You're replacing Carter." I nodded. The name meant nothing to me. "Did he retire?" The woman hesitated, only for a second. Then she shrugged. "He left." That was all she said. Just left. The answer felt incomplete. But before I could ask anything else, she pointed me toward the security office. The office occupied a small room near the rear of the building. Inside, I found a man named Rick, the day shift supervisor. Late 50s, gray beard, tired eyes, the kind of face that looked permanently exhausted. Rick walked me through procedures, patrol routes, access points, alarm systems, emergency contacts. Everything seemed normal until we reached the facility map. His finger paused over one section. Building 12, an old processing structure near the southern edge of the property. Unlike the other buildings, it had been marked in red. "Don't go inside." I looked up. "What?" "Building 12. He folded the map. "Stay out." The statement caught me off guard. Security work usually involved checking every structure, not avoiding them. "Why?" Rick stared at me for a moment, then looked away. "Unsafe conditions." The answer sounded rehearsed, prepared, like he'd given it before. I glanced back toward the map. "What kind of unsafe conditions?" "Structural." His response came too quickly. I noticed something then. His hands. They tightened slightly around the folder. A small detail, easy to miss, but it told me enough. The man was nervous. The realization stayed with me, because nervous supervisors weren't unusual. Nervous supervisors who refused to discuss a building were. The orientation ended shortly after lunch. By evening, I began my first patrol. Clouds covered the sky. A cold wind moved through the property. The facility felt enormous once the workers left. Entire sections sat empty, dark, silent. The active buildings hummed with machinery. The inactive ones simply stood there, waiting, watching. At least that's how they felt. The hours passed quietly. I checked gates, inspected fences, logged equipment readings. Nothing unusual happened. Around midnight, I reached the southern perimeter road. Building 12 stood several hundred yards away. The structure rose above nearby trees. Large, windowless, dark. Even from a distance, it looked wrong. The building didn't resemble the others. Its architecture was older, heavier, almost bunker-like. The concrete walls appeared stained by decades of rain. A chain-link fence surrounded the entire structure. Floodlights illuminated the perimeter. Yet somehow the place still seemed dark. My radio crackled. "Dispatch checking status." I answered normally. The brief conversation helped. Human voices made the facility feel less isolated. Once the call ended, silence returned. The wind picked up. Branches swayed overhead. Somewhere distant, metal rattled softly. I looked back toward Building 12 and saw movement. My pulse immediately quickened. Someone stood near the fence. A person, tall, motionless, watching the building. At first I assumed it was an intruder. The facility occasionally attracted trespassers, urban explorers, teenagers, people looking for trouble. I raised my flashlight. The beam crossed the distance. The figure remained still, not moving, not reacting. The posture bothered me. Whoever it was stood facing the building. Not me, not the road, the building, as if waiting for something. I started walking toward the fence. The closer I got, the stranger the scene felt. The wind continued moving through the trees, yet the figure never shifted, never adjusted position, never seemed affected by the weather. A cold feeling settled into my stomach. The person appeared too still, almost unnatural. Then headlights rounded a distant corner. A maintenance truck. The beam swept briefly across the area. Only for a second. When the light passed, the figure was gone. I stopped walking, confused. The fence stood empty. No person. No movement. Nothing. The sudden disappearance made no sense. There had been nowhere to go. No vehicles. No nearby structures. Only open ground. Yet the person had vanished. I searched the area anyway. The inspection took 20 minutes. Nothing. No footprints. No signs of entry. No evidence anyone had ever been there. Eventually, I returned to patrol. The incident should have ended there. Instead, it followed me. Every time I glanced toward Building 12, I remembered the figure. The stillness. The silence. The impossible disappearance. By 3 a.m., rain began falling. Light at first, then heavier. Water drummed against rooftops. Puddles formed across the property. The weather made everything feel smaller, more isolated. I completed another perimeter loop. When I passed Building 12 again, something caught my eye. A light, faint, barely visible, inside the structure. I stopped immediately. The building was supposed to be abandoned. No active systems, no personnel, no power beyond security equipment. Yet a pale glow moved behind one of the upper observation windows. Slowly, like someone carrying a flashlight. I stared for several seconds. The light vanished, then appeared again, farther along the wall, moving through the interior. My mouth went dry. The sight felt wrong. Not impossible, just wrong, because somebody had specifically warned me to avoid the building. Now there was movement inside. The obvious thing would have been reporting it immediately. Instead, I found myself standing there, watching, waiting, curiosity slowly replacing caution. The light appeared one final time, higher than before, near the roofline, then disappeared completely. The darkness returned. The rain continued falling. And somewhere inside Building 12, a loud metallic impact echoed through the night. One single sound, deep, heavy, like a massive door slamming shut. The noise rolled across the property. Then everything became silent again. I reported the incident before sunrise. Rick listened without interrupting. No surprise appeared on his face. No confusion. No questions. When I finished speaking, he simply stared through the office window. Quiet, thoughtful. Then he opened a drawer and removed a thin folder. The file looked old, worn, frequently handled. He slid it across the desk. I looked down. The cover contained 3 words written in black marker. Night Incident, REPORTS. The folder was thick, much thicker than it should have been. Dozens of pages, maybe hundreds. My stomach tightened. What's this? Rick didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stood and grabbed his coat. The movement felt strangely final, like he had already made a decision. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded tired. Very tired. Those reports belonged to the last 4 guards assigned here. A chill moved through me. I looked back at the folder, then at him. Why are you giving me this? Rick paused at the doorway. For several seconds, he simply stood there. Then he said something that stayed with me long after that night. Because every one of them eventually saw the man. Before I could ask what he meant, he left. And I found myself alone in the security office, staring at the thick folder, listening to rain strike the windows, wondering who the man was, and why nobody at the South facility wanted to talk about him. The first time Alarm 44B activated, I almost ignored it. Not because alarms were common, because nothing about the alert made sense. The report from the previous shift was still sitting on my desk. The thick folder Rick had given me remained open beside it. Pages covered with handwritten notes, incident reports, personal observations, things that should have sounded ridiculous. Yet every report described the same thing. A man appearing somewhere on the property, always alone, always watching, always disappearing before anyone reached him. The earliest report dated back almost 20 years. The latest belonged to Carter, the guard I had replaced. I spent most of the evening reading through those pages. By midnight, I wasn't sure what bothered me more: the reports themselves, or the fact that different guards, working years apart, described the exact same figure. Same height, same clothing, same strange habit of standing perfectly still. I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Shared stories, rumors, suggestions that planted ideas into people's heads. Maybe once someone reported seeing a stranger. Then every guard afterward started looking for him. That explanation felt reasonable, at least until my radio suddenly crackled. The sharp burst of static made me jump. Control to Patrol 1. I grabbed the radio. Patrol 1. Motion alarm, chemical storage sector, Zone 44B. I glanced toward the monitor wall. A red light flashed near the southern side of the facility. Chemical storage. My stomach tightened. That area wasn't abandoned. It contained active treatment chemicals, restricted access, heavy security. Copy. I grabbed my flashlight and keys. The rain had finally stopped, but thick clouds still covered the sky. The property looked darker than usual. As I drove toward the chemical storage buildings, the tires hissed softly against wet pavement. The facility seemed asleep. Large structures sat silent beneath the night sky. Only distant machinery broke the quiet. The drive took several minutes. When I reached the sector, everything appeared normal. Rows of storage tanks stood behind fencing. Security lights illuminated the area. Nothing moved. No vehicles. No people. No signs of forced entry. I parked and began the inspection. The gate remained locked. The fencing was intact. The motion sensor that triggered the alarm sat mounted on a metal pole near the main storage building. Its status light blinked normally. No damage, no obvious malfunction. I checked every corner. Nothing. The area was empty. Eventually, I radioed control. Negative findings. The operator sounded unsurprised. Copy. That was it. No questions. No follow-up. Just another alarm. I returned to patrol. But something strange happened 20 minutes later. Alarm 44 be activated again. The same sensor. The same location. The same alert. This time irritation replaced concern. Equipment failed occasionally. Motion sensors could be triggered by wildlife. Birds, raccoons, even wind under certain conditions. I drove back, performed another inspection. Again, nothing. The area remained completely empty. The sensor showed no signs of trouble. I reset the alarm, returned to my vehicle, and before I even reached the main road, the alarm activated a third time. I stopped the truck. For a moment, I simply stared at the radio, listening to the dispatcher repeat the alert. Something cold moved through my chest. 3 activations. Less than an hour. The odds of random equipment failure suddenly felt smaller. This time I parked farther away, killed the headlights, and waited. If something was triggering the sensor, I wanted to see it happen. The chemical storage yard sat nearly 200 yards ahead. Floodlights cast long shadows across the concrete. Everything remained still. Minutes passed. The silence became uncomfortable. Then I saw movement. Not inside the storage yard. Outside it, near the rear fence. A dark shape, human-sized, standing motionless. My pulse instantly sped up. The figure stood beneath one of the lights, far enough away that details remained blurry. But there was no mistaking it. Someone was there, watching the facility. The same posture described in the reports. The same unnatural stillness. I immediately opened the truck door. The figure didn't move. I started toward the fence. Still nothing. The person simply stood there, waiting, watching. The distance slowly closed. 100 yards. 80. 60. The closer I got, the worse the feeling became. Not fear exactly. Something stranger. The sensation that I was approaching something I wasn't supposed to see. Then the floodlight above the figure flickered. Once, twice, 3 times. Darkness swallowed the area for less than a second. When the light returned, the figure was gone. Completely gone. I stopped walking. My flashlight beam swept across the fence. Empty. The surrounding field. Empty. The road beyond. Empty. No movement anywhere. My heartbeat pounded loudly inside my ears. I searched for nearly half an hour. Nothing. No footprints. No tire tracks. No signs anyone had been there. It felt impossible. Yet I knew what I had seen. The figure existed, at least for those few seconds. Eventually, I returned to the truck and noticed something strange. Alarm 44B had stopped. No new alerts. No further activations. The sensor remained quiet for the rest of the night, almost as if whatever triggered it had finally left. That thought stayed with me. The following evening I arrived early, partly because of curiosity, partly because I wanted answers. The reports in Rick's folder kept pulling me back. One report in particular belonged to Carter, the guard before me. His notes became increasingly frantic toward the end. The handwriting changed. Neat entries slowly transformed into rushed scribbles. Some pages looked almost desperate. One sentence appeared several times. He only appears where the alarms start. Another line appeared near the final report. Don't follow HIM. The words bothered me, because Carter never explained what happened if someone did. I spent an hour searching through older records. Eventually, I found maintenance logs, alarm histories, repair tickets, and something immediately caught my attention. Alarm 44B. The same alarm. The same sensor zone. It appeared repeatedly over several years. Hundreds of activations. Most were classified as false alarms. No intruders found. No equipment failures identified. Just unexplained activations. Again and again. My mouth went dry. The pattern stretched back almost 15 years. Long before Carter. Long before me. The realization left me staring at the screen. Someone else had noticed it too. A handwritten note sat attached to one report. No signature. No name. Only a single sentence. The alarm always starts 3 nights before he appears. I leaned back slowly. The office suddenly felt colder. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Somewhere outside, wind rattled a loose sign. I checked the date. Alarm 44B had activated for the first time in nearly 8 months. Last night, 3 nights before he appears. The sentence repeated inside my head. 3 nights. Why 3? Appears where? And most importantly, appears to do what? A sudden crash echoed somewhere in the building. I jumped. The sound came from outside the office. Metal striking concrete. Loud. Sharp. Unexpected. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the hallway. The corridor sat empty. Silent. The sound had already stopped. I checked every nearby room. Nothing. No workers. No maintenance crews. No obvious source. Then I noticed something on the floor. A wet footprint. Just one. Dark water against the concrete. I frowned. The footprint looked fresh, as if someone had tracked rainwater into the building. But there was a problem. The print pointed toward the office, not away from it. Someone had apparently walked down the hallway, stopped outside my office, and vanished. A second footprint should have existed. There wasn't one. Only a single wet impression. Nothing else. I stared at it for several seconds. The air suddenly felt heavy. The facility seemed quieter than before, like the entire building was listening. Slowly, I looked toward the office doorway. The folder Rick had given me remained open on the desk. One page sat exposed. A report I didn't remember reading. The paper moved slightly beneath the air vent, and from where I stood, I could make out one sentence highlighted in yellow. A sentence written by Carter just days before he quit. The first alarm means he knows your name. I don't remember how long I stood there. Only that for the rest of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was somewhere inside the facility. Watching, waiting, and that alarm 44B wasn't warning us about an intruder. It was announcing an arrival. The alarm started at exactly 2:11 in the morning. Not a warning. Not a system error. An intrusion alarm. The kind that only activated when someone entered a restricted area. I remember staring at the monitor for several seconds before reacting, because the location didn't make sense. Observation Deck C. My stomach tightened immediately. Nobody used Observation Deck C anymore. Nobody could. The place had been sealed for years. Even most employees didn't know it existed. Yet the alarm indicator flashed bright red across my screen. Intrusion DATSCTAD. Observation Deck C. I looked around the control room. The building hummed quietly beyond the walls. Everything seemed normal. The single heavy footstep I'd heard outside my office during the previous night still lingered in my thoughts. Now this. Something was changing. I could feel it. The strange events weren't staying isolated anymore. They were starting to overlap. The footsteps, the sightings, the impossible sounds, and now alarms. I grabbed my flashlight and radio. Part of me wanted to call maintenance. The other part knew exactly what would happen. Nobody would answer. Or worse, someone would answer and tell me there was nothing there. Just like before, I left the control room and headed toward the north stairwell. Observation Deck C sat above the filtration hall. Far above, near the oldest section of Building C, a section built decades before modern renovations. Most employees avoided it. The area served no purpose anymore. The windows had been sealed. The access route had been locked. The deck itself sat abandoned behind layers of security doors. At least officially. The walk felt longer than usual. Every footstep echoed through concrete corridors. The farther I climbed, the quieter the machinery became. That bothered me. I had grown accustomed to the constant noise. The vibration, the humming, the endless mechanical heartbeat of the plant. Without it, the building felt hollow, like something had died inside it. The alarm continued flashing on my handheld monitor. Still active, still reporting movement. I reached the upper access corridor. The hallway stretched ahead beneath dim emergency lights. Dust covered the floor. Nobody came here anymore. Nobody except me. Or so I thought. Then my flashlight beam caught something. Footprints. Fresh footprints. I froze. The prints crossed the dusty floor. Clear, sharp, undeniably recent. A trail leading toward Observation Deck C. My pulse quickened. The footprints weren't wet this time. Just clean. As if someone had walked through years of dust moments earlier. I followed them slowly. The corridor felt colder with every step. The temperature difference was impossible to ignore. The rest of Building C remained warm from machinery. This section felt abandoned, forgotten. The air smelled stale, like old paper and rust. The footprints continued toward the final security door. Then they stopped. Not faded, not turned. Stopped, exactly like the wet footprints had. The last print rested directly in front of the sealed entrance. Beyond it, nothing. The sight made my stomach knot. The alarm panel beside the door blinked red. Intrusion DATSCTAD. I checked the lock. Still secured. Still sealed. No signs of damage. No forced entry. No explanation. Yet according to the system, someone was inside. For several moments, I stood there listening. Nothing. Complete silence. Then a sound drifted through the door. A footstep. Heavy. Slow. Directly on the other side. Every muscle in my body locked. The sound came again. Clang. Metal grating. The exact same noise I had been hearing above the filtration hall. The exact same footsteps. Except now they were separated from me by a single steel door. A strange mix of fear and relief swept through me. Fear because the footsteps were real. Relief because at least they had a location. A source. Something tangible. Something physical. I called dispatch. No answer. I tried maintenance. Nothing. The radios crackled with static. The silence felt deliberate. I hated that thought, yet I couldn't shake it. The building suddenly seemed much larger, much emptier. I stood there staring at the sealed door, listening. The footsteps moved slowly across the deck beyond. 1, 2, 3, then silence. I waited. Nothing happened. Eventually, I unlocked the security panel. The heavy lock released with a metallic click. My hand hesitated on the handle. I remember thinking about Robert Hayes, the missing supervisor, the footsteps, Tank 7. Everything seemed connected somehow, like invisible threads pulling toward the same place. I pushed the door open. The observation deck lay beyond. Dark, dusty, silent. My flashlight swept across the room. Old equipment sat abandoned beneath sheets of dust. Broken chairs rested against walls. Large observation windows overlooked the filtration hall below. Everything appeared untouched. Empty. No person. No intruder. No explanation. The alarm immediately stopped. The sudden silence felt almost worse. I stepped inside. Dust coated every surface. Years of neglect covered the room. Nobody had entered recently. That should have reassured me. Instead, it raised a different question. Who triggered the alarm? I walked deeper into the deck. The flashlight beam drifted across old control panels. Faded signs. Discarded equipment. Then it landed on something strange. A chair, positioned beside the observation windows. Unlike everything else, the chair appeared clean. Not spotless, just cleaner, as though someone had been using it recently. The sight sent a chill through me, because dust surrounded the chair. Dust covered everything nearby, yet the seat itself remained mostly clear. I approached carefully. The closer I got, the more uncomfortable I felt. The chair faced the windows, facing downward toward the filtration hall, toward the exact area where I spent most of my nights. I looked through the glass. The control room sat visible below. Small, distant, perfectly framed. Whoever sat in that chair could watch the room for hours, days, weeks. The thought unsettled me deeply. Then I noticed another detail, scratched into the window glass. Words, very faint, almost invisible. I moved closer. The flashlight illuminated the marks. The message looked old, written by someone using a key or screwdriver. 4 simple words. He's still walking. I stared at the sentence. My pulse hammered louder. The writing felt familiar somehow. Not the handwriting, the meaning. Walking, the footsteps, the endless movement through the building. The connection seemed obvious. Yet before I could think further, another alarm activated. The sound nearly made me drop the flashlight. A second intrusion alert. My handheld monitor flashed. Observation Deck C. Again, I looked around the room. Confused. Impossible. I was already inside. How could the system report another intrusion? Then I noticed the location details. Not the deck itself. A secondary section. An area beyond a locked maintenance door at the far end of the room. A door I hadn't noticed before. The alarm came from behind it. The red light blinked steadily. Someone was moving beyond that wall. My mouth went dry. The footsteps returned. Slow, heavy, walking somewhere on the other side. The sound felt closer than ever before. Not above me, not across the building, just beyond the door. I approached slowly. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. Yet curiosity kept pulling me forward. The same curiosity that had caused every mistake so far. The maintenance door stood partially hidden behind old equipment. Its lock appeared ancient. Rust coated the handle. Dust covered the frame. Nobody should have opened it in years. Then I noticed the dust. A fresh line cut through it, as though the door had moved recently. Very recently. The realization hit me hard. Something had entered observation deck C. Something had moved through this forgotten room. And whatever it was, it hadn't left. The footsteps stopped. Silence filled the deck. For several seconds, I simply stood there staring at the door. Then a shadow appeared beneath it. Not moving, not shifting, just standing, waiting, on the other side. And when my radio finally crackled back to life after nearly 20 minutes of silence, the first thing I heard wasn't dispatch. It wasn't maintenance. It wasn't anyone I recognized. A low voice whispered through the speaker. One sentence. Calm, patient, almost friendly. You're closer than the others ever got. Then the radio went dead. The figure was already there when I looked up. I don't mean it appeared suddenly. I mean it was standing there the entire time, and somehow I hadn't noticed. 1 second, I was staring at the dead radio in my hand. The next, my eyes drifted toward the observation windows. And there it was, standing motionless behind the glass, watching me. For a moment, my brain refused to understand what I was seeing. The figure stood inside a section of the building that shouldn't have been accessible. A narrow maintenance corridor beyond the sealed observation area. A place locked behind multiple security barriers. A place nobody had entered for years. Yet someone stood there, perfectly still, perfectly silent. I froze. My flashlight beam trembled slightly. The person didn't move. The corridor behind them remained dark. Only the pale emergency lights illuminated their outline. I couldn't see details, only shape, height, posture. The figure appeared to be a man. Tall, thin, standing with both arms hanging at his sides. Watching, nothing else. No movement, no reaction, no expression. Just watching. For several seconds, neither of us moved. The silence felt wrong. The entire building seemed to be holding its breath. Then the radio crackled. The sudden noise nearly made me jump. Static burst from the speaker. A loud hiss. When I looked back toward the glass, the figure was gone. The corridor stood empty. My heart hammered inside my chest. I immediately swept the flashlight across the area. Nothing. No movement. No shadow. No sign anyone had ever been there. Yet I knew what I had seen. The image remained burned into my mind. The shape, the stillness, the way it had simply stood there, like it expected me. The feeling followed me the rest of the night. By sunrise, I was exhausted. Not physically, mentally. The building no longer felt like a workplace. It felt like a puzzle that was slowly closing around me. Every answer created 2 new questions. Every strange event connected to another. The footsteps, the alarms, the sealed observation deck, the old messages scratched into glass, the missing supervisor, and now the figure. Most people would have quit. I should have quit. Instead, I came back the next night. I wish I hadn't. The rain started shortly after sunset. Heavy rain, the kind that rattled windows and turned parking lots into mirrors. Water streaked across building, sees massive exterior glass. The weather made everything darker, smaller, more isolated. By midnight, the entire facility felt cut off from the world. The storm swallowed every distant sound. Only the machinery remained. Only the endless hum. Around 1:30 a.m., I decided to review older security records. Not official reports. Archived footage. The forgotten files nobody ever checked. The search took nearly an hour. Most recordings showed nothing unusual. Empty corridors, quiet machinery, routine operations. Then I found a file dated 14 years earlier. The timestamp showed 2:13 a.m. Observation deck C. My stomach tightened immediately. The camera angle overlooked the same corridor where I had seen the figure. The footage appeared grainy, low quality, old. At first, nothing happened. Then movement appeared. A person stepped into frame. I leaned closer. The shape looked familiar. Very familiar. The same height. The same posture. The same strange stillness. The figure walked into view and stopped. Then simply stood there, facing the camera, not moving. Minutes passed. The person remained motionless. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15. The figure never moved. Never shifted. Never blinked. At least not visibly. I felt uncomfortable just watching. Something about the stillness felt unnatural. Wrong. Then another person entered frame. A security guard. The timestamp showed the guard approaching from a nearby corridor. He stopped when he noticed the figure. Even through the grainy footage, I could see his confusion, his hesitation. The guard approached carefully. The figure remained motionless. Then the recording ended. Not faded. Not corrupted. Ended. The file simply stopped. No explanation. No follow-up. Nothing. I searched for the guard's name. Eventually, I found it. Thomas Weaver, former night security officer. Employment terminated 3 weeks after the recording. No reason listed. Just gone. Another missing piece. Another loose thread. The deeper I dug, the worse everything became. At 2:04 a.m., the building alarm activated again. Observation deck C. I actually laughed. A nervous laugh. The kind people make when fear becomes exhausting. The alarm almost felt routine now. That realization disturbed me more than the alarm itself. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the stairwell. The climb felt familiar. Too familiar. The dusty corridor. The cold air. The footprints that appeared and vanished. I expected all of it. What I didn't expect was finding the maintenance door open. The same hidden door at the far end of the observation deck. The one that had been closed before. Now it stood partially open. Just a few inches. Darkness waited beyond. I stopped immediately. Every instinct told me to leave. The building felt different tonight. More alert. As though something had changed. Something had finally noticed me noticing it. The thought made my skin crawl. I pushed the door wider. The hinges groaned softly. The corridor beyond stretched into darkness. Narrow, concrete, old. Dust covered the floor, but not completely. Fresh footprints crossed the passage, leading deeper inside. One set, large work boots. My flashlight followed them. Step by step, the footprints disappeared around a distant corner. I hesitated, then continued. The corridor twisted through forgotten sections of the building. Old maintenance spaces, abandoned storage rooms, unused equipment chambers, places hidden behind decades of renovations, places most employees probably didn't know existed. The deeper I went, the quieter everything became. Even the machinery faded. The facility's familiar heartbeat disappeared, leaving only silence and my own breathing. Then I saw light ahead, very faint, a pale glow around another corner. I slowed. Every nerve in my body felt awake. The light flickered softly, like an old fluorescent bulb. I rounded the corner and stopped. A room opened before me. Small, square, windowless, an abandoned monitoring station. Old desks lined the walls. Dust covered everything, except one chair. The chair faced me, and someone sat in it. For several seconds, my mind simply refused to process the sight. A man sat motionless beneath the weak overhead light. His back remained straight. His hands rested calmly on the armrests. He wore an old security uniform, one I had never seen before. The fabric looked decades old, faded, outdated. The man's head tilted slightly downward, as though he were sleeping or waiting. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. The room felt frozen in time. Then the man slowly lifted his head. The movement was so calm, so deliberate, that somehow it frightened me more. His face emerged from shadow, and my stomach dropped, because I recognized him. Not personally, from a photograph, a black and white employee photo attached to an old report. Robert Hayes, the missing supervisor, the man who vanished near Tank 7, the man connected to the footsteps, the man nobody ever found. The face looked older than the photograph, worn, exhausted, but unmistakable. His eyes met mine. I expected anger, or confusion, or something supernatural. Instead, I saw fear, pure fear. The expression looked trapped, like someone who had been waiting a very long time. Then he spoke. His voice sounded dry, weak, barely audible. 3 words: "Don't follow him." The overhead light immediately died. Darkness swallowed the room. I jerked backward. My flashlight snapped upward. The beam found the chair. Empty, completely empty. No man, no movement, nothing. Only dust, only silence, only the abandoned room. My pulse thundered inside my ears. I backed away slowly. The corridor suddenly felt much narrower, much darker, as if the building itself wanted me gone. Then a sound echoed from somewhere ahead. Not behind me, ahead, deep within the forgotten maintenance tunnels. A single heavy footstep. Clang, then another. Clang, slow, steady, moving away, leading deeper into the darkness. And before I could stop myself, before fear could overpower curiosity, my flashlight beam drifted forward and landed on something scratched into the concrete wall. A sentence, freshly carved, The dust still clung to the edges. The message read, Robert wasn't the first. And underneath it, written in different handwriting, were 5 words that kept me awake for weeks afterward. He came from Highway 37. The first thing I noticed about the South facility was that nobody wanted to talk about it. Not the supervisor, not the maintenance crew, not even the security team. Every time the place came up, conversations seemed to end. People changed the subject, or simply walked away. At first I assumed it was because the facility was old. The South Treatment Plant had been operating for nearly 70 years. Most of the buildings looked exhausted. Concrete walls were stained black from decades of weather. Windows sat covered with dirt and mineral deposits. Rust crawled across railings and pipes like a living thing. The entire place felt forgotten. And soon it would be. Demolition crews were scheduled to begin work within 6 months. Most operations had already moved to newer facilities. Only a handful of systems remained active. A skeleton crew kept everything running until shutdown. That was why I was there. My company handled contract security. They needed someone to patrol the property during the final months. Easy money. Quiet nights. At least that's what I thought. The drive there took nearly an hour. The facility sat alone beyond miles of empty road. No nearby neighborhoods. No businesses. Nothing. Just trees, fields, and old utility roads. When the plant finally appeared through the morning fog, it looked more like an abandoned factory than a water treatment site. Large concrete structures rose from the landscape. Massive tanks, filtration buildings, pump stations. Everything seemed oversized, built during an era when nobody cared about appearance, only function. I parked beside the administration building and headed inside. The lobby smelled old, dusty, like wet paper and concrete. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A woman at the reception desk handed me paperwork without looking up. "You're replacing Carter." I nodded. The name meant nothing to me. "Did he retire?" The woman hesitated, only for a second. Then she shrugged. "He left." That was all she said. Just left. The answer felt incomplete. But before I could ask anything else, she pointed me toward the security office. The office occupied a small room near the rear of the building. Inside, I found a man named Rick, the day shift supervisor. Late 50s, gray beard, tired eyes, the kind of face that looked permanently exhausted. Rick walked me through procedures, patrol routes, access points, alarm systems, emergency contacts. Everything seemed normal until we reached the facility map. His finger paused over one section. Building 12, an old processing structure near the southern edge of the property. Unlike the other buildings, it had been marked in red. "Don't go inside." I looked up. "What?" "Building 12. He folded the map. "Stay out." The statement caught me off guard. Security work usually involved checking every structure, not avoiding them. "Why?" Rick stared at me for a moment, then looked away. "Unsafe conditions." The answer sounded rehearsed, prepared, like he'd given it before. I glanced back toward the map. "What kind of unsafe conditions?" "Structural." His response came too quickly. I noticed something then. His hands. They tightened slightly around the folder. A small detail. Easy to miss. But it told me enough. The man was nervous. The realization stayed with me because nervous supervisors weren't unusual. Nervous supervisors who refused to discuss a building were. The orientation ended shortly after lunch. By evening, I began my first patrol. Clouds covered the sky. A cold wind moved through the property. The facility felt enormous once the workers left. Entire sections sat empty, dark, silent. The active buildings hummed with machinery. The inactive ones simply stood there, waiting, watching. At least that's how they felt. The hours passed quietly. I checked gates, inspected fences, logged equipment readings. Nothing unusual happened. Around midnight, I reached the southern perimeter road. Building 12 stood several hundred yards away. The structure rose above nearby trees. Large, windowless, dark. Even from a distance, it looked wrong. The building didn't resemble the others. Its architecture was older, heavier, almost bunker-like. The concrete walls appeared stained by decades of rain. A chain-link fence surrounded the entire structure. Floodlights illuminated the perimeter. Yet somehow the place still seemed dark. My radio crackled. Dispatch checking status. I answered normally. The brief conversation helped. Human voices made the facility feel less isolated. Once the call ended, silence returned. The wind picked up. Branches swayed overhead. Somewhere distant, metal rattled softly. I looked back toward Building 12 and saw movement. My pulse immediately quickened. Someone stood near the fence. A person, tall, motionless, watching the building. At first I assumed it was an intruder. The facility occasionally attracted trespassers, urban explorers, teenagers, people looking for trouble. I raised my flashlight. The beam crossed the distance. The figure remained still, not moving, not reacting. The posture bothered me. Whoever it was stood facing the building. Not me, not the road, the building, as if waiting for something. I started walking toward the fence. The closer I got, the stranger the scene felt. The wind continued moving through the trees. Yet the figure never shifted, never adjusted position, never seemed affected by the weather. A cold feeling settled into my stomach. The person appeared too still, almost unnatural. Then headlights rounded a distant corner. A maintenance truck. The beam swept briefly across the area. Only for a second. When the light passed, the figure was gone. I stopped walking, confused. The fence stood empty. No person. No movement. Nothing. The sudden disappearance made no sense. There had been nowhere to go. No vehicles. No nearby structures. Only open ground. Yet the person had vanished. I searched the area anyway. The inspection took 20 minutes. Nothing. No footprints. No signs of entry. No evidence anyone had ever been there. Eventually, I returned to patrol. The incident should have ended there. Instead, it followed me. Every time I glanced toward Building 12, I remembered the figure. The stillness. The silence. The impossible disappearance. By 3 a.m., rain began falling. Light at first, then heavier. Water drummed against rooftops. Puddles formed across the property. The weather made everything feel smaller, more isolated. I completed another perimeter loop. When I passed Building 12 again, something caught my eye. A light, faint, barely visible. Inside the structure, I stopped immediately. The building was supposed to be abandoned. No active systems, no personnel, no power beyond security equipment. Yet a pale glow moved behind one of the upper observation windows. Slowly, like someone carrying a flashlight, I stared for several seconds. The light vanished, then appeared again, farther along the wall, moving through the interior. My mouth went dry. The sight felt wrong. Not impossible, just wrong, because somebody had specifically warned me to avoid the building. Now there was movement inside. The obvious thing would have been reporting it immediately. Instead, I found myself standing there, watching, waiting, curiosity slowly replacing caution. The light appeared one final time, higher than before, near the roof line, then disappeared completely. The darkness returned. The rain continued falling. And somewhere inside Building 12, a loud metallic impact echoed through the night. One single sound, deeper, heavy, like a massive door slamming shut. The noise rolled across the property. Then everything became silent again. I reported the incident before sunrise. Rick listened without interrupting. No surprise appeared on his face. No confusion. No questions. When I finished speaking, he simply stared through the office window. Quiet, thoughtful. Then he opened a drawer and removed a thin folder. The file looked old, worn, frequently handled. He slid it across the desk. I looked down. The cover contained 3 words written in black marker. Night Incident, REPORTS. The folder was thick, much thicker than it should have been. Dozens of pages, maybe hundreds. My stomach tightened. What's this? Rick didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stood and grabbed his coat. The movement felt strangely final, like he had already made a decision. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded tired, very tired. Those reports belonged to the last 4 guards assigned here. A chill moved through me. I looked back at the folder, then at him. Why are you giving me this? Rick paused at the doorway. For several seconds, he simply stood there. Then he said something that stayed with me long after that night. Because every one of them eventually saw the man. Before I could ask what he meant, he left. And I found myself alone in the security office, staring at the thick folder, listening to rain strike the windows, wondering who the man was, and why nobody at the South facility wanted to talk about him. The first time Alarm 44B activated, I almost ignored it. Not because alarms were common, because nothing about the alert made sense. The report from the previous shift was still sitting on my desk. The thick folder Rick had given me remained open beside it. Pages covered with handwritten notes, incident reports, personal observations, things that should have sounded ridiculous. Yet every report described the same thing. A man appearing somewhere on the property, always alone, always watching, always disappearing before anyone reached him. The earliest report dated back almost 20 years. The latest belonged to Carter, the guard I had replaced. I spent most of the evening reading through those pages. By midnight, I wasn't sure what bothered me more: the reports themselves, or the fact that different guards, working years apart, described the exact same figure. Same height, same clothing, same strange habit of standing perfectly still. I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Shared stories, rumors, suggestions that planted ideas into people's heads. Maybe once someone reported seeing a stranger. Then every guard afterward started looking for him. That explanation felt reasonable, at least until my radio suddenly crackled. The sharp burst of static made me jump. Control to Patrol 1. I grabbed the radio. Patrol 1. Motion alarm. Chemical storage sector, Zone 44B. I glanced toward the monitor wall. A red light flashed near the southern side of the facility. Chemical storage. My stomach tightened. That area wasn't abandoned. It contained active treatment chemicals. Restricted access. Heavy security. Copy. I grabbed my flashlight and keys. The rain had finally stopped, but thick clouds still covered the sky. The property looked darker than usual. As I drove toward the chemical storage buildings, the tires hissed softly against wet pavement. The facility seemed asleep. Large structures sat silent beneath the night sky. Only distant machinery broke the quiet. The drive took several minutes. When I reached the sector, everything appeared normal. Rows of storage tanks stood behind fencing. Security lights illuminated the area. Nothing moved. No vehicles. No people. No signs of forced entry. I parked and began the inspection. The gate remained locked. The fencing was intact. The motion sensor that triggered the alarm sat mounted on a metal pole near the main storage building. Its status light blinked normally. No damage. No obvious malfunction. I checked every corner. Nothing. The area was empty. Eventually, I radioed control. Negative findings. The operator sounded unsurprised. Copy. That was it. No questions. No follow-up. Just another alarm. I returned to patrol. But something strange happened 20 minutes later. Alarm 44 be activated again. The same sensor. The same location. The same alert. This time irritation replaced concern. Equipment failed occasionally. Motion sensors could be triggered by wildlife. Birds, raccoons, even wind under certain conditions. I drove back, performed another inspection. Again, nothing. The area remained completely empty. The sensor showed no signs of trouble. I reset the alarm, returned to my vehicle, and before I even reached the main road, the alarm activated a third time. I stopped the truck. For a moment, I simply stared at the radio, listening to the dispatcher repeat the alert. Something cold moved through my chest. 3 activations. Less than an hour. The odds of random equipment failure suddenly felt smaller. This time I parked farther away, killed the headlights, and waited. If something was triggering the sensor, I wanted to see it happen. The chemical storage yard sat nearly 200 yards ahead. Floodlights cast long shadows across the concrete. Everything remained still. Minutes passed. The silence became uncomfortable. Then I saw movement. Not inside the storage yard. Outside it, near the rear fence. A dark shape, human-sized, standing motionless. My pulse instantly sped up. The figure stood beneath one of the lights, far enough away that details remained blurry. But there was no mistaking it. Someone was there, watching the facility. The same posture described in the reports. The same unnatural stillness. I immediately opened the truck door. The figure didn't move. I started toward the fence. Still nothing. The person simply stood there, waiting, watching. The distance slowly closed. 100 yards. 80. 60. The closer I got, the worse the feeling became. Not fear exactly. Something stranger. The sensation that I was approaching something I wasn't supposed to see. Then the floodlight above the figure flickered. Once, twice, 3 times. Darkness swallowed the area for less than a second. When the light returned, the figure was gone. Completely gone. I stopped walking. My flashlight beam swept across the fence. Empty. The surrounding field. Empty. The road beyond. Empty. No movement anywhere. My heartbeat pounded loudly inside my ears. I searched for nearly half an hour. Nothing. No footprints. No tire tracks. No signs anyone had been there. It felt impossible. Yet I knew what I had seen. The figure existed, at least for those few seconds. Eventually, I returned to the truck and noticed something strange. Alarm 44B had stopped. No new alerts. No further activations. The sensor remained quiet for the rest of the night, almost as if whatever triggered it had finally left. That thought stayed with me. The following evening I arrived early, partly because of curiosity, partly because I wanted answers. The reports in Rick's folder kept pulling me back. One report in particular belonged to Carter, the guard before me. His notes became increasingly frantic toward the end. The handwriting changed. Neat entries slowly transformed into rushed scribbles. Some pages looked almost desperate. One sentence appeared several times. He only appears where the ALARMS start. Another line appeared near the final report. Don't follow HIM. The words bothered me, because Carter never explained what happened if someone did. I spent an hour searching through older records. Eventually, I found maintenance logs, alarm histories, repair tickets, and something immediately caught my attention. Alarm 44B. The same alarm. The same sensor zone. It appeared repeatedly over several years. Hundreds of activations. Most were classified as false alarms. No intruders found. No equipment failures identified. Just unexplained activations. Again and again. My mouth went dry. The pattern stretched back almost 15 years. Long before Carter. Long before me. The realization left me staring at the screen. Someone else had noticed it too. A handwritten note sat attached to one report. No signature. No name. Only a single sentence. The alarm always starts 3 nights before he appears. I leaned back slowly. The office suddenly felt colder. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Somewhere outside, wind rattled a loose sign. I checked the date. Alarm 44B had activated for the first time in nearly 8 months. Last night, 3 nights before he appears. The sentence repeated inside my head. 3 nights. Why 3? Appears where? And most importantly, appears to do what? A sudden crash echoed somewhere in the building. I jumped. The sound came from outside the office. Metal striking concrete. Loud. Sharp. Unexpected. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the hallway. The corridor sat empty. Silent. The sound had already stopped. I checked every nearby room. Nothing. No workers. No maintenance crews. No obvious source. Then I noticed something on the floor. A wet footprint. Just one. Dark water against the concrete. I frowned. The footprint looked fresh. as if someone had tracked rainwater into the building. But there was a problem. The print pointed toward the office, not away from it. Someone had apparently walked down the hallway, stopped outside my office, and vanished. A second footprint should have existed. There wasn't one, only a single wet impression. Nothing else. I stared at it for several seconds. The air suddenly felt heavy. The facility seemed quieter than before, like the entire building was listening. Slowly, I looked toward the office doorway. The folder Rick had given me remained open on the desk. One page sat exposed, a report I didn't remember reading. The paper moved slightly beneath the air vent, and from where I stood, I could make out one sentence highlighted in yellow. A sentence written by Carter just days before he quit. The first alarm means he knows your name. I don't remember how long I stood there. Only that for the rest of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was somewhere inside the facility. Watching, waiting, and that alarm 44B wasn't warning us about an intruder. It was announcing an arrival. The first time I saw the worker in the yellow suit, I thought I had finally found a real explanation. After 2 nights of strange alarms, impossible sightings, and reports that made less sense the longer I read them, seeing an actual person felt almost comforting. At least people were real. People could be identified, questioned, removed from the property. Ghost stories couldn't. It happened shortly after 1:00 a.m. The night had settled into that strange quiet that only exists in industrial places after midnight. The machinery never truly stopped. Pumps hummed. Motors vibrated through concrete floors. Water moved through miles of pipes hidden inside walls and underground tunnels. The facility was alive in its own way. Not with people, with systems, endless systems. I was conducting an indoor patrol through processing building B when I noticed movement at the far end of a corridor. A figure stepped around a corner. Just for a second. Yellow. Bright yellow. The color stood out immediately against the gray concrete surroundings. I stopped walking. The figure disappeared from sight. My flashlight beam swept down the hallway. Empty. For a moment, I wondered if I'd imagined it. Then I heard footsteps. Slow, heavy, moving deeper into the building. Someone was definitely there. I immediately checked my radio. No maintenance work was scheduled. No night crews were operating in this section. The area should have been empty. I started after the figure. The corridor stretched ahead beneath fluorescent lights. Rows of pipes ran overhead. Shadows gathered in corners. The footsteps continued. Steady, unhurried, as if the person knew exactly where they were going. I rounded the corner and finally saw them. A worker wearing a yellow chemical protection suit, the kind used during hazardous material operations. The suit looked old, worn. The bright color had faded in places. The figure walked with their back toward me, head down, hands hanging at their sides. The sight immediately felt strange. Not frightening, just wrong. The facility hadn't used those suits in years. Modern equipment had replaced them long ago. I knew because I had seen newer gear in storage rooms. This suit looked decades old, like something from another era. Hey, my voice echoed through the corridor. The figure didn't react, didn't slow down, didn't even turn around. I increased my pace. Security. Nothing. The worker continued walking, a little farther ahead, always just out of reach. The distance between us never seemed to change. That realization slowly raised the hairs on my arms. I was walking faster. The figure wasn't. Yet somehow I wasn't getting any closer. The corridor ended at a security door. The worker stepped through it. The door swung shut. I reached it seconds later. Locked. My stomach tightened. I checked the access panel. The door hadn't been opened. According to the display, it had remained secured all night. I stared at the screen, confused. I knew what I had seen. Someone had walked through that doorway. Yet the electronic log said otherwise. For several moments, I simply stood there, listening. The corridor beyond remained silent. No footsteps. No movement. Nothing. Eventually, I reported the incident. Control checked personnel records. No workers were assigned to the area. No contractors were present. No one wearing a chemical suit had entered the building. The answer should have reassured me. Instead, it made everything worse. Because now I had another unexplained sighting. Another impossible event. Another piece added to the growing collection of things I couldn't explain. The next night, I found myself watching the corridors more carefully. Every reflection caught my attention. Every distant movement made me stop and look. Part of me expected nothing. Another part hoped to see the worker again. Curiosity had begun replacing fear. That was dangerous. I didn't realize how dangerous until later. Around midnight, I decided to review old facility records. The archives occupied a storage room beneath the administration building. Most people avoided it. The room smelled like mold and aging paper. Dust covered nearly everything. Thousands of files sat stacked inside metal cabinets. I searched for information about chemical incidents, specifically anything involving hazardous suits. Hours passed. Most records were boring. Maintenance logs, equipment failures, inspection reports. Nothing unusual. Then I found an accident report from 19 years earlier. The folder felt thicker than the others. The pages inside looked heavily used. The incident involved a chemical leak. A serious one. 3 workers had been exposed. 2 survived. 1 didn't. The report included photographs. I shouldn't have looked, but I did. The image showed emergency crews gathered outside Building B. Paramedics, firefighters, plant supervisors, and standing near the center of the picture was a worker wearing a yellow protective suit. The same style I had seen. The same faded design. My pulse immediately quickened. I leaned closer. The photo quality was poor. The face remained hidden behind a protective visor. Yet something about the image unsettled me. The worker stood slightly apart from everyone else. Not helping. Not moving. Simply watching. The expressionless visor reflected the camera flash. I turned the page. The next report identified the victim. Name redacted. Fatal exposure during containment efforts. Body recovered inside a restricted maintenance corridor. Location: Processing Building B. The exact building where I had seen the figure. I sat back slowly. The room suddenly felt smaller. The air heavier. For the first time, a connection seemed to exist. Not proof, but a connection. I checked the date again. 19 years ago. Almost exactly. The anniversary would be next week. A strange coincidence. Or maybe not. The thought followed me for the rest of the night. 3 nights later, I saw the worker again. This time things changed. I was inspecting the lower service corridors beneath Building B. The tunnels carried pipes between processing systems. Long concrete passages stretched beneath the facility like underground streets. Few employees ever entered them. The place felt isolated, forgotten, perfectly silent except for distant machinery vibrations. My flashlight illuminated the tunnel ahead, then stopped. The worker stood there, only 30 feet away, facing me. For the first time, I froze. The yellow suit appeared dirty, stained. The visor reflected my flashlight beam. I couldn't see the face inside. The figure remained motionless, watching me. Every instinct told me to leave. Instead, I stayed. Something about the encounter felt important, like an answer waited on the other side of my fear. Neither of us moved. The silence stretched, long, uncomfortable. Then slowly the worker raised one arm and pointed, not at me, past me, toward the darkness behind. A chill spread through my body. I turned instinctively. The tunnel behind me sat empty. Nothing there. No movement. No sounds. When I looked back, the worker remained in the same position, still pointing, still watching. My mouth had gone completely dry. "What do you want?" The words sounded weak in the tunnel. No answer came. The figure simply continued pointing. Then something unexpected happened. A distant alarm echoed somewhere above. Alarm 44B. Even underground, I recognized the sound immediately. The worker lowered their arm, slowly turned away, and began walking into the darkness. I followed, only for a few seconds. Then my flashlight flickered. Once, twice, the beam dimmed. When it stabilized, the corridor ahead stood empty. The worker had vanished, completely. No doors, no intersections, no place to hide. Gone. I hurried back upstairs. The alarm continued sounding. Security personnel checked the chemical storage sector. Again, no intruders were found. Again, the motion sensors had activated. Again, nobody could explain why. But something else happened that night. Something I couldn't ignore. While reviewing camera footage from Building B, I noticed a timestamp discrepancy. The camera showed me entering the underground corridor. It showed me standing there, alone, talking to someone who wasn't visible. The footage captured every second, every movement, every gesture. But the worker wasn't there. Not even a shadow, not even a distortion. Just me, standing alone, speaking into empty air. The realization left me staring at the monitor long after sunrise. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe exhaustion was finally catching up with me. That explanation almost felt comforting, until I noticed one final detail. Something the camera shouldn't have recorded. Something standing behind me at the end of the tunnel. A figure, tall, motionless, watching, not wearing yellow, wearing dark clothing. The same figure from the reports. The same man every guard had described. And according to the timestamp, he had been standing there nearly a full minute before I arrived. The photograph was older than the building should have allowed. I knew that before I even picked it up. The paper felt dry and brittle in my hands. The corners had yellowed. Tiny cracks ran through the image like veins beneath skin. And standing in the center of the picture was the same man I had been seeing for weeks. The yellow suit, the slow walk, the same height, the same posture. The same impossible stillness. My stomach tightened. The file cabinet drawer remained open beside me, while rain tapped softly against the security office windows. For a long moment, I just stared. The employee identification photo clipped to the accident report looked exactly like him. Exactly. I checked the date again. Nearly 40 years earlier. I felt cold despite the heater running beside my desk. The treatment plant around me hummed with distant machinery. Pumps, filters, motors, all the familiar sounds I had learned during months of patrols. Normally those sounds helped. They reminded me everything was working. Everything was normal. That night they felt different, like something breathing in another room. I turned another page. The report described a chemical exposure accident. One worker. Fatal injuries. Body recovered from a restricted processing tunnel beneath South Facility. Employee name, Daniel Mercer. Age 30. Status deceased. I looked back at the photograph. The face wasn't perfectly clear. The image quality was poor. But I knew what I was looking at. I had seen that man walking the corridors. I had watched him disappear around corners. I had followed him into rooms that turned out empty. And now I was holding paperwork that claimed he had died decades ago. I wanted a reasonable explanation. A relative. A coincidence. Someone who looked similar. Anything. But another detail caught my attention. A handwritten note at the bottom of the report. Added years later. Different pen. Different handwriting. The note read, sighting reported again by night security, 1996. Again, my chest tightened. I flipped through the folder faster. More notes. More dates. Every few years, another report appeared. Always from security staff. Always at night. Always describing a worker in a yellow chemical suit. Always near restricted areas. Always disappearing before contact. The reports never used words like ghost. Nobody sounded dramatic. The guards wrote exactly the way security personnel always write. Simple, professional, factual, observed individual, followed subject, lost visual contact, no personnel located. The repetition made it worse, much worse, because nobody seemed surprised anymore. It felt less like a mystery, and more like a problem that had simply never gone away. I leaned back in my chair. Outside, thunder rolled across the valley. The lights flickered once, only once, but it was enough to make me glance toward the dark hallway beyond the office. Empty. Nothing there. I looked back at the files. Another page slipped free. This one wasn't an incident report. It was a resignation letter. A former guard. Dated 2004. His final statement was only one paragraph. Most of it discussed personal reasons, family obligations, career changes, normal things. But the last sentence had been written separately, added after everything else, as if he changed his mind at the last moment. It read, "I can no longer continue pretending the man in the yellow suit isn't real." I stopped breathing for a second. Then I read it again. Slowly, the room suddenly felt smaller. The security office wasn't large to begin with. Just a desk, monitors, storage cabinets, coffee machine. Yet now the walls felt closer, the air heavier. I closed the folder, not because I was finished, because I needed a break. My head hurt. The clock on the wall showed 2:45. 14 a.m. 3 more hours before shift change. 3 more hours inside a building that suddenly felt very different. The radio crackled. A burst of static. Nothing else. I reached for my coffee. Cold. I drank it anyway. Then alarm 44B appeared again. The monitor beeped. Motion detection. Chemical storage corridor. The same alert I had investigated multiple times before. The same alert that never showed anything. I stared at the screen. The corridor appeared empty. Rows of pipes. Concrete walls. Harsh fluorescent lighting. No movement. No intruder. Nothing. Then something changed. Not movement. Not exactly. A shadow appeared at the far end. Standing still. The camera quality wasn't great, but my heart immediately recognized the shape. Tall, thin, yellow. I froze. The figure remained motionless, almost blending into the grainy image. Then the camera flickered. Just once, the figure vanished. The corridor became empty again. I felt every muscle in my body tighten, because for the first time, I wasn't relying on my eyes alone. The camera had seen it too, at least for a second. I grabbed my flashlight, my radio, the old accident file, and headed into the building. The filtration halls seemed louder than usual. Massive machinery filled the darkness with a constant industrial roar. Metal walkways stretched overhead. Shadows gathered between pipes. Water rushed through hidden channels beneath the floor. I kept walking. Every step echoed. Every corner felt uncertain. I reached the chemical corridor. Empty. Exactly like the monitor showed. I swept my flashlight across the walls. Nothing. No person. No footprints. No signs of entry. I almost laughed. Not because anything was funny. Because exhaustion was beginning to replace fear. Weeks of strange sightings. False alarms. Empty corridors. Maybe I was becoming obsessed. Maybe the reports had gotten inside my head. Maybe. A sound interrupted the thought. Footsteps. Very soft. Behind me. I turned instantly. Nobody there. Just the corridor stretching back into darkness. The footsteps stopped. Silence returned. I stood completely still. Listening. Waiting. My pulse hammered in my ears. Then I heard them again. 3 slow steps. Above me. Not behind. Above. I raised my flashlight toward the catwalks crossing overhead. The beam swept across rusted railings. Metal grates. Pipes. Nothing else. Yet something felt wrong. The feeling was impossible to explain. Like walking into a room moments after someone leaves. You don't see them, but you know they were there. The sensation lingered. Heavy, uncomfortable. Watching, I continued deeper into the facility. Toward the oldest section. Toward areas scheduled for demolition next year. Few employees ever came here anymore. Most equipment had already been retired. Entire hallways sat unused. The air smelled stale. Dust floated through my flashlight beam. And then I saw him. At the far end of the corridor. The yellow suit. Standing perfectly still. Closer than ever before. For 1 second, my brain refused to move. He wasn't walking. Wasn't disappearing. Wasn't turning corners. He was simply standing there. Watching me. The visor of the suit hid his face. But I knew he was looking directly at me. I took one step forward. So did he. Just one. Slow. Deliberate. The movement sent a wave of fear through my entire body. Not panic. Something deeper. Something older. The feeling that I should not be here. That I had crossed into somewhere forbidden. I lifted my flashlight higher. The beam reflected off the visor. For a split second, I thought I saw a face behind it. Pale. Expressionless. Then every light in the corridor went out. Darkness swallowed everything. The machinery continued humming. But the corridor itself became black. Completely black. My flashlight remained on. Its beam shook in my hand. The figure was gone. Nothing stood ahead anymore. Just empty hallway. I waited. 30 seconds. A minute. 2. Nothing moved. Finally, the overhead lights flickered back to life. The corridor remained empty. Yet something lay on the floor where the figure had stood. A piece of paper. I approached carefully. My heartbeat felt painfully loud. The paper looked old. Folded. Water-stained. I picked it up. An employee record. Another personnel file. Another photograph. Another worker. But this one wasn't Daniel Mercer. It was someone else. A different guard. Security officer. Year 1996. The same year as one of the sightings. I read the status line. My stomach dropped. No resignation. No transfer. No retirement. Just one word. Missing. I slowly looked down the corridor. The empty hallway stared back. Silent. Still. Waiting. And for the first time, a thought entered my mind that I could not shake. Maybe the yellow-suited worker wasn't the one haunting this place. Maybe he was warning people. And maybe every person who ignored that warning ended up exactly where this missing guard did. Gone. The realization followed me all the way back to the security office. And even after sunrise began creeping over the distant hills, one question refused to leave. If the worker had been trying to show me these files, what was he trying to lead me toward next? The water below the concrete channel wasn't supposed to make sound. But that night it did. A slow, dragging noise, like something heavy moving just under the surface. I stopped the patrol car without thinking. Headlights cut across the endless fence line, stretching along Highway 37 like it had no end at all. Steel mesh, razor wire, warning signs fading into rust. No trespassing. Authorized personnel only. And below it the channel. Black water still, too still. My radio crackled once, then went silent again. That silence felt worse than any noise. I checked my log sheet. 02:17 a.m. routine patrol. Nothing about sound under the water. Nothing about movement. Nothing about what I was hearing right now. I stepped out of the vehicle. Cold air hit my face instantly. Damp, metallic, like breathing inside an old pipe. The floodlights along the fence flickered in slow intervals. Some worked, some didn't. The ones that did cast long, broken shadows over the concrete slopes leading down to the channel. That's when I saw it. A shape near Gate 3. Standing still. Not moving. Just there. I blinked once. It was gone. I told myself it was glare from the lights. Exhaustion, long shift, nothing more. But my chest didn't believe that. Because something about it had weight. Like my eyes didn't just see it, they registered it. I walked forward anyway. Boots hitting wet concrete. Each step echoed too clearly in the empty structure. The kind of echo that makes you feel like someone is repeating your movement a second later, just slightly off time. I reached gate 3. Chain locked, seal intact, warning tag still attached from last inspection. Everything normal. Too normal. I swept my flashlight across the fence line. Nothing. Just darkness beyond the perimeter road and the low hum of distant turbines from the plant upstream. Then the sound came again. Not in the water this time. Above me. Footsteps. Slow. Measured. Walking across the maintenance walkway that ran over the channel. I froze. The walkway was closed. No scheduled workers. No maintenance crews. No reason for anyone to be up there at this hour. I tilted my light upward. Empty. Metal grating, rusted beams, bolts, shadows. No one. But the footsteps continued. Step, step, pause, step. Right above my head. My hand tightened around the flashlight. Hello, I called out. My voice didn't carry far. The space swallowed it. The footsteps stopped immediately. Complete silence followed. That silence was worse than the noise. Because now I knew something had heard me. I backed up slowly, never taking my eyes off the walkway. And then I saw something that made my stomach drop. Water dripping. From above. Not rain. Dripping in a steady rhythm through the metal grating. Like someone was standing directly over me. But I couldn't see them. I moved sideways, trying to angle my flashlight between the beams. Nothing. Only shadows. Still, the dripping continued. I took another step back, and the sound followed. Not just dripping now. Breathing. Faint. Slow. Right above me. I felt my pulse spike in my throat. I backed away from gate 3 completely, forcing myself not to run. Running makes things feel like they're chasing you even when nothing is. That's what I told myself, until I heard my radio turn on by itself. A burst of static filled the night. Then a voice. Not dispatch. Not mine. Just breathing. Soft, close, wet. I dropped the radio instantly. It hit the concrete and went silent. For a moment, everything stopped again. No footsteps. No dripping. No water sound. Just the channel below me, moving slightly like it had finally decided to breathe again. I should have left. I know that now. But instead, I looked back at gate 3. And the shape was there again. Closer this time. Standing at the far edge of the fence line. Inside the restricted zone. Where no one could enter without triggering alarms. It didn't move. It didn't blink. It just stood there facing me. Watching. I raised my flashlight slowly. The beam hit it directly. And I saw the uniform. Not a uniform like mine. Not security. Not maintenance. Something older. Dark fabric. Reflective stripes faded almost completely away. And the face. I couldn't see the face clearly. Not because it was dark. Because it didn't stay consistent. Like my eyes couldn't decide what they were looking at. One moment it looked human. The next empty. No definition at all. Just absence. I stepped forward without meaning to. One step. Then another. The figure didn't react. Only tilted its head slightly. Like it was waiting for me to understand something. My flashlight flickered. Once. Twice. Then steadied again. And in that brief flicker, the figure was suddenly closer. Much closer. Inside the fence line now. No sound of the gate opening. No alarm. Nothing. Just closer. My mind tried to rationalize it. There had to be another entrance. A breach point, a maintenance tunnel, but my body wasn't thinking logically anymore. It was reacting, warning me. Every instinct in me screamed to turn back, but I couldn't look away. The figure raised one hand, slowly, pointing not at me, but past me, toward the channel. I turned slightly without fully trusting it. The water below had changed. It wasn't still anymore. Something moved beneath the surface. Not one thing, multiple, shifting slowly under the black water like shadows drifting in circles. Too organized to be random, too deliberate to be natural flow. I looked back at the figure. It was gone, just gone. No fade, no retreat, no sound. Only absence. My flashlight beam shook slightly now as I scanned everything again. Fence, water, walkway, shadows. Nothing. The radio remained silent on the ground. But then I heard it again. The footsteps. Behind me. Closer than before. I spun instantly. Empty. But the wet concrete behind me had fresh water marks. Footprints. Barely visible. Not mine. They were heading toward Gate 3. Inside the locked zone. My breath became shallow. Because the prints weren't leaving. They were appearing. One by one. Like something invisible was walking forward in real time. I stepped backward without thinking. And hit the fence. Metal rattled softly. The sound triggered something in the darkness. All at once, every floodlight along Highway 37 flickered on. Not gradually. Instantly. Like someone had flipped a switch miles away. The entire channel lit up. Bright white light washed over everything. And I saw it clearly now. The footprints didn't belong to one person. They split, merged, overlapped, as if more than one entity had been walking in the same path at different times. Or maybe at the same time. My breathing turned uneven. I forced myself to look toward Gate 3 again. And that's when I noticed something new. A small tag hanging on the fence, flapping slightly. It hadn't been there before. I walked closer despite every instinct telling me not to. The tag was old, yellowed, inspection label, faded handwriting. I lifted it carefully, and my stomach dropped again. It had my name on it, not printed, written, like someone had already documented me here, like I had already been part of this system long before tonight. I dropped the tag immediately. It fell into the wet concrete and disappeared into shadow. Behind me, the water under the channel shifted again, this time rising slightly, like something underneath had moved closer to the surface. And for the first time since I started this job, I understood something I didn't want to understand. This patrol wasn't new. The place wasn't empty. And I was not the first guard standing at Gate 3 at 2:17 a.m., watching something return to the surface that had been here long before Highway 37 was even built. The radio crackled again on the ground. This time, one clear sentence came through the static. Not a voice. A reminder. Continue route. And somewhere beyond the floodlights, something answered back from the water. The first thing I noticed wasn't the figure. It was the water. It shouldn't have been moving like that. Not near Section D of Highway 37. The channel there was too deep, too controlled, too engineered to behave this way. The surface was supposed to be calm under night patrol lighting, predictable, dead. But something was disturbing it. Slow ripples spread outward in perfect circles, like footsteps. But there was no land there. Only water. My patrol car slowed without me telling it to. The headlights cut across the channel. Empty. For a second I thought maybe a drainage valve had opened somewhere upstream. Pressure release. Mechanical fault. Something normal. Something safe. Then I saw it. A shape. Far out. Standing where nothing should be standing. My throat tightened before my mind caught up. Because the shape wasn't sinking. Wasn't struggling. Wasn't floating either. It was balanced. Like it belonged there. I stopped the vehicle completely. The engine ticking in the silence felt too loud. Like it was giving away my position to something I couldn't see properly yet. I leaned forward. Squinted. The headlights reached it again. And this time, I understood what I was looking at. A person. Standing on the water. Not in it. On it. My first instinct was to laugh. Because that's what the brain does when reality breaks for half a second. It tries to fix it with denial. But I didn't laugh. My body wouldn't let me. The figure took a step. The water did not react the way water should. No splash. No sinking. Just a soft ripple spreading outward like glass being pressed. Then another step. Slow. Measured. Deliberate. Each movement creating a faint circular wave, like the channel was accepting its weight. My hands tightened around the steering wheel. I checked my mirror. Empty road behind me. No pedestrians. No vehicles. No construction lights. Only Highway 37 stretching into darkness like it had been abandoned by everything except me. I turned back. The figure was closer now. That was impossible. It had moved, yes, but not enough to explain how much closer it looked. The scale didn't match. Distance was collapsing in a way I couldn't measure properly. I grabbed the radio. Static, then silence, then static again. I tried dispatch. Nothing came through. Just a faint sound underneath the interference. Breathing. Slow. Right inside the speaker. I pulled the radio away instantly. My chest felt tight. The figure stopped moving. Right in the middle of the channel. It turned its head slightly. Not toward the car. Not toward the lights. Toward me. Even from that distance, I felt it. Like attention itself had weight. Like something had finally decided I was part of the environment. The wind picked up. Light. Cold. It passed over the water and made no sound there. That was the second thing that felt wrong. The silence on the channel didn't behave like silence. It felt enforced. Like sound wasn't allowed to exist there properly. The figure raised one arm. Slowly. Not waving. Pointing. Toward the far end of the channel. My patrol route. Section E. Restricted maintenance access. The place I was supposed to check after Gate 3. I didn't move. I told myself I wouldn't. Because this was the kind of moment every experienced guard talks about later. The moment you decide whether you are going to be disciplined or alive. But my eyes kept drifting back to the figure. And every time I looked, it felt closer again. Not physically, but perceptually. Like the space between us was becoming less meaningful. My radio suddenly crackled again. This time clearer. Not static. A voice. Calm. Mechanical. Continue route. I froze. That wasn't dispatch protocol tone. It was too smooth. Too exact. Like someone reading a line they had memorized for a long time. I looked at the figure again. It had started walking again. Still on the water. Still impossible. Each step left no trace behind it, but the ripples remained for longer than they should have, lingering, as if the water was remembering where it had been touched. I opened the door of the patrol car without fully realizing I was doing it. Cold air hit my face again. The smell from the channel reached me more strongly now. Not sewage, not chemical, something older, like rusted metal soaked too long in silence. I stepped out. My boots hit gravel near the roadside barrier. The sound felt too sharp in the night. The figure stopped again, this time completely still. And then it did something that made my stomach drop. It turned fully toward me. Not just the head. The entire body rotated without any visible resistance from the water beneath it. As if the surface wasn't a surface at all. As if it was solid enough to support full movement. I lifted my flashlight. My hand was shaking slightly now. The beam hit the figure, and for the first time I saw detail. Not just a silhouette. A uniform. Yellow. Industrial. Old chemical suit material. Worn at the joints. Reflective strips dulled by time. The same kind I had seen in old incident reports. The same kind I had dismissed as outdated equipment design. My brain tried to lock onto something familiar, something explainable. But then I saw the helmet. The visor was fogged from the inside. Not outside. Inside. Like something was breathing in there. Like something had been inside for a very long time. The figure raised its hand again. Not pointing anymore. Waving. Slow. Controlled. Almost like it was instructing me. Come closer. My throat went dry. I took one step forward without meaning to. Then stopped immediately. Because the water beneath the figure reacted. Not to movement. To me. Ripples expanded outward from its position. But also inward. Like the channel was responding in both directions at once. I felt my stomach twist. This wasn't just a visual anomaly. It was interaction. Something was aware of me being aware of it. The radio on my belt suddenly activated again. But this time it wasn't static or a voice. It was a recording. My own voice. I swear I heard myself say, "Section E is clear, continuing patrol." But I had never said that. Not tonight. Not ever in that tone. I backed up instinctively. The gravel shifted under my boots. The sound felt too loud again. The figure tilted its head. And then it stepped forward. Off the water. Onto nothing. For a second, it looked like it was falling. But it was. It simply transitioned. From water to air to ground, without acknowledging the difference between them. Now it was closer. Much closer. Still across the channel, but no longer distant. The space between us felt thin. Like a sheet of glass waiting for pressure. My flashlight flickered once. The beam cut out for half a second. When it came back on, the figure had moved again. Not walking. Not running. Just closer in a way I couldn't track. My breathing turned shallow. I could feel my pulse in my ears now. I took a step back toward the car. But something stopped me. Not physically. Mentally. A pressure in my thoughts. A sensation like forgetting why I was moving at all. The figure raised both hands now. And pointed at the water. Then at me. Then at the water again. Like a cycle. Like a message that didn't change no matter how many times it was repeated. My radio crackled one last time. A new voice this time. Not mechanical. Not mine. but still familiar in a way that made my skin tighten. Do not leave the route. I turned slowly. No one was behind me. Of course not. But the road behind Highway 37 looked different now. The darkness wasn't empty anymore. It felt populated, not with shapes, with expectation, like something had already decided where I was supposed to go next. I looked back at the channel. The figure was gone, completely gone. No ripples, no movement, no evidence it had ever been there. Just still water again, perfectly calm, as if nothing had ever disturbed it. I stood there for a long time, waiting for my mind to correct itself. It didn't. Instead, I noticed something floating near the edge of the channel. A yellow fragment, small, fabric, drifting slowly toward the concrete slope. I didn't pick it up immediately. I just stared at it, because deep down, I already understood what it meant. The figure wasn't disappearing. It was distributing itself. Across the route, across the water, across the system I was patrolling. And somewhere beyond Highway 37, something was learning the shape of my movement through repetition. The patrol wasn't random. It never had been. The radio clicked again. Soft. Final. One sentence. Proceed to Section E. And this time, the voice didn't sound like an order. It sounded like confirmation. The radio was already on before I touched it. That was the first thing that felt wrong. I hadn't switched it on. I hadn't even reached for it. But the speaker was alive with static anyway, sitting on the passenger seat like something had decided to listen through it without asking permission. Highway 37 stretched ahead of me, empty and wet under weak floodlights. The rain had just stopped. That made everything worse. Because silence after rain doesn't feel clean out here. It feels like something finished moving and is now deciding where to go next. I slowed the patrol car near the old relay station. A small concrete structure by the roadside, half abandoned, used for signal maintenance decades ago before everything got automated. My log didn't say I had to stop here, but my hands did. They turned the wheel anyway. The tires crunched gravel as I pulled in. And that's when the radio changed. The static sharpened. Not louder, clearer, like something inside it finally found the right frequency. Then a voice came through. Male, calm, tired. If anyone is receiving this, this is Patrol Unit 6, Highway 37 Outer Loop. I froze. The relay station lights flickered faintly. Not fully on, not fully off. Just alive enough to remind me it still existed. The voice on the radio continued. I don't know how long I've been out here. I don't know if time is still normal. A pause. Breathing. Real breathing. Not mechanical. Not filtered. Human. I leaned closer to the radio. My throat tightened because I recognized something in his tone. Fear that had already been lived through too many times. The voice continued. It started near Gate 3, the man in the yellow suit. He appeared during routine inspection. We thought it was trespassing. My stomach tightened instantly. I had heard that name before. Not in conversation. In reports. In fragments. But hearing it like this, like it was being spoken by someone still trapped inside it, made it feel alive. The radio crackled slightly. Then the voice got lower. Do not approach him directly. He doesn't respond like a person. He responds like a pattern. I glanced toward Highway 37. Empty. But not empty the way it had been earlier. Now it felt aware. like the road itself had heard its name being spoken. The voice continued. We tried to follow him once. That was mistake number one. A pause. Longer this time. You don't follow him, he lets you follow him. My grip tightened on the steering wheel. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips now. The radio hissed again. The sound wasn't random anymore. It felt structured, like something breathing through broken equipment. Then another voice cut in. Different. Younger. Panicked. I see him again. He's at Section D. I swear he's standing on the water again. How is he? The transmission broke. Sharp static. Then silence. Then the first voice returned. Calmer again, but weaker. They all say that at first. How is he there? That's impossible. That's how it starts. My eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead, but I wasn't seeing it properly anymore. The images from earlier kept returning. The figure standing on water. The ripples forming like footsteps. The way distance didn't behave correctly. The voice continued. We learned something later. He doesn't appear in new places. He repeats old ones. A slow breath, as if the facility remembers him, and we are just entering the memory again. That line hit differently. I didn't like how it sounded in my head. Like memory wasn't just mental anymore. Like it could be physical. The radio clicked again. This time, a new sound joined the transmission. Background noise. Industrial. Faint machinery. Water pumps. Something very familiar. Too familiar. It sounded like my current location. I looked out the windshield. The relay station behind the glass suddenly felt different. Less abandoned. More active. Like something inside it had just woken up, because it heard its own reflection being spoken aloud. The voice returned. We tried shutting down the route, but the route doesn't shut down. A pause. Then softer. It reassigns. I felt my stomach drop slightly. The word didn't feel technical. It felt personal. Like something choosing replacements. The radio suddenly crackled louder. The second voice returned again. Even more panicked. He's inside the maintenance tunnel now. I didn't open it. I swear I didn't open it. It just... cut. Static. The first voice came back. But now it sounded closer. Not physically, but like it was inside the same space I was in. You might already be part of it, he said quietly. I stopped breathing for a second. The radio hissed, then continued. I tried to leave on day 12. My vehicle wouldn't start. On day 13, I realized the route doesn't allow exit after first contact. My mouth felt dry. I looked at the patrol car's dashboard. Engine running fine. But suddenly, I noticed something small. The fuel gauge had dropped slightly. Not enough to matter, but enough to notice. Enough to feel wrong. The voice continued. If you are hearing this during patrol, you are already inside the loop. Loop. That word stayed in my mind longer than the rest. Because I had heard it before. In incident reports. In warning labels. In training documents that I never paid attention to properly. The system wasn't linear. It was cyclical. The radio crackled again. This time, something changed in tone. The voice was no longer just speaking. It was remembering. I saw him on Highway 37 first, then Gate 3, then Section D. Each time he looked closer, but I think I was just getting closer to him. My chest tightened. The relay station lights flickered again outside. Longer this time. Almost like a heartbeat. The voice continued. And then I understood. He is not moving through the facility. A pause. He whispered the next part. He is moving through us. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Like something inside me was adjusting to a shape I hadn't seen fully yet. The radio suddenly shifted again. Different tone. Same voice. But younger now. Calmer. Almost accepting. If you're the new guard, it said softly, you're about to see the transmission point. I looked up sharply. Transmission point. That wasn't in any official map. Not in any documentation I had seen. The relay station lights suddenly stabilized. Fully on now. Bright. Too bright for something abandoned. The voice continued. And when you see him clearly for the first time, don't look at the suit. A pause. Look at what he's standing inside. My breathing slowed. I didn't like that instruction, because it implied there was something behind the figure. Something the suit was only covering. The radio hissed again. Then the final voice came through. Broken. Distant. Almost gone. I think I understand it now, it said softly. He's not a trespasser, he's a record. Static rose. Strong. Violent. The relay station, lights outside flickered in sequence now. One by one. Like something was walking through them. The voice forced out one last sentence. And records don't stop repeating until they are erased. Silence. The radio died instantly. No static. No power. Just off. I sat there in the car, not moving. The highway ahead was still empty. But it didn't feel empty anymore. It felt structured. Like every shadow had a place it was assigned to occupy. Like the road itself was maintaining order. I slowly turned off the engine. And in that instant, every relay station light along Highway 37 turned on at once. Far into the distance, a straight line of illumination. Like something had activated a memory all the way down the route. And somewhere inside that light, I saw it. Not fully, not clearly, but enough. A figure in a yellow suit, standing at the edge of visibility. Not approaching, not retreating, just waiting for the next transmission to begin. And I realized something I didn't want to accept. The radio wasn't how I was hearing it. The radio was how I was being tuned. The smell hit me first. Old paper, wet dust, and something like burned plastic hiding under it. The security office at South Facility wasn't supposed to be used anymore. At least that's what I was told when they transferred me here. Just use it for storage, the supervisor said. Nothing important stays in there. But the moment I pushed the door open, I knew that was a lie. The lights flickered twice before staying on. Long tubes in the ceiling buzzed like they were waking up angry. Shadows stretched across metal shelves packed too tight with boxes. Some were open. Some were sealed with old tape that had turned yellow like dried skin. And then I saw the labels. Security logs, Archive Unit A field reports, Highway 37 Division. I stopped walking. Highway 37. That name wasn't in any of my training briefings. Not once, but it was everywhere in this room, stamped on boxes like it mattered more than anything else here. I stepped inside slowly, my boots echoing on the cracked floor. That's when the first radio crackle came. Not from my walkie, from somewhere in the room. A small desk radio sat under a pile of folders. It shouldn't have had power. The cable wasn't even plugged in. But it whispered anyway. Just static at first. Then a voice. Shift log continues. Subject still active on Highway 37. I froze. The voice cut off like someone had bitten through the line. I looked around the room again, suddenly aware of how quiet it was. Too quiet, even for a dead storage office. That's when I noticed something worse. Footprints. In the dust on the floor. Fresh ones. They led from the door I just came through, deeper into the room. I hadn't made them. I swear I hadn't. I should have left then. That would have been the smart thing, but I didn't. Because something about those boxes kept pulling my eyes back. One in particular. It was already open. Like someone had been waiting for me to find it. I walked toward it slowly, each step heavier than the last. The air felt colder near that box, like it was holding onto something it shouldn't. Inside were files. Hundreds of them. All labeled the same way. Incident reports, Highway 37. But the dates didn't make sense. They stretched back decades. Some were from years before I was even born. Others were recent, too recent. Some were dated last month. I picked one up. The paper felt warm. That's when the second open loop hit me. The handwriting. It was all the same. Same slanted letters, same pressure on the pen, same small mistake in the way the 7 curved at the bottom. One person had written all of this. For decades. My hands started to shake as I opened the first file. Inside was a report. Night Patrol Unit reported visual contact with unidentified male figure on Highway 37 perimeter. Subject walking along roadside drainage channel despite full submersion conditions. No reflection present. I read it again. No reflection present. I looked up instinctively, like I might see someone standing in the room. Nothing. Just shelves. But the radio crackled again. This time clearer. Do not engage, repeat. Do not engage the walker. My breath caught. Walker. That word didn't belong in any official report. I turned to another file, then another. My eyes moved faster now, desperate and uneasy at the same time. Every report said the same thing in different ways. A man seen walking. Always on Highway 37. Always in impossible conditions. Rain, flood, night, storms that should have erased everything. But he was always there. Walking. Like the world didn't touch him. Then I found something different. A cassette tape. Old, worn. No label except a handwritten tag. Guard 19, final transmission. My throat tightened. I found a player in the drawer below the desk. It still worked. I don't know why, I don't know how. I pressed play. At first just breathing. Fast, panicked. Then a voice. My name is Cooper. Night shift at Highway 37 perimeter station. I don't have much time. A long pause. Then something like footsteps in water. I saw him again. Same place, same walk, but today he stopped looking like a man. My skin went cold. The voice continued. I checked the perimeter lights. There's no road out there anymore, just water. But he keeps walking like it's still there, like it never ended. A sharp inhale. And when I called it in, the radio replied before I even spoke. Static filled the tape for a moment. Then another voice came through. But it wasn't human. It sounded like someone speaking through wet cloth. Still recording. The tape ended. Silence crashed back into the room. My hand slipped off the player. Still recording. I repeated it in my head, trying to make sense of it, but nothing made sense anymore. That's when I heard it. A sound from outside the office. Slow footsteps. Moving across metal grating. Above me. I looked up instinctively. The ceiling was too high to see clearly, but I knew there was nothing up there, just ducts and dead pipes. Still, the footsteps continued. One step. Pause. Another step. like someone walking slowly, carefully, circling the room. My radio on my belt suddenly turned on by itself. No button pressed, just static. Then a voice I didn't recognize. This office was sealed after the first shift went missing. I froze completely. The voice continued. They left their logs behind. Same pattern, same man, same road. I whispered without meaning to. What man? The radio didn't answer immediately. Just static again. Then, you already opened his file. My eyes snapped back to the box. The top folder had shifted slightly. Like something inside it had been moved while I wasn't looking. I reached for it slowly, every instinct telling me not to. The label on it was different. Newer, cleaner. It didn't look like the others. It read, Site Supervisor Assignment, Current Personnel. My name was printed under it. Same handwriting. Same ink. Same slanted letters. My heart slammed so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stepped back fast, knocking into the desk. Papers fell. The cassette player clicked off. And then the footsteps above stopped. Everything went silent. Too silent. For a moment, I thought maybe it was over. Maybe I was just seeing patterns in old junk. Maybe I had misread everything. Then the office door behind me creaked. Slowly, like it was being opened from the other side. But I hadn't closed it. I turned. The door was still shut, but the handle was turning anyway. Back and forth, like someone was trying to decide whether to come in or wait for me to come out. The radio gave one last burst of static. And then, very clearly, in a voice that sounded too close to my ear, it said, Welcome to Highway 37. The lights flickered hard, and in that flash of darkness between pulses, I saw something standing at the far end of the room. Just for a second. A shape. Still. Watching. Then the lights came back. And it was gone. But the files on the desk had changed. One more folder was now on top. Fresh. Dated today. And I knew before I even touched it that whatever was inside would not just explain what I was seeing. It would decide if I ever left this office at all. The first thing I noticed was the pattern. Not the horror, not yet. Just the pattern. It was hidden in the way the reports were stacked on my desk, like someone wanted me to see it without telling me. Same spacing, same paper weight, same ink fatting in the same direction. And every file, every single one, had the same strange calm at the beginning. Like whoever wrote them was already afraid, but trying not to admit it. I opened the next folder. Hands still cold. My eyes were tired, but I couldn't stop. The title read, Incident Log Riverbend Filtration Plant. Different facility, different year, different crew. But the first line made my stomach tighten. Night patrol reported visual contact with subject on perimeter road. Subject walking in floodwater despite full submersion of terrain. I stopped reading. Slowly looked up. The office was still empty, but it didn't feel empty anymore. It felt observed. I continued anyway. The report went on. No reflection visible on water surface. Subject appears unaffected by weather conditions. Communication attempts failed. My mind caught on that detail again. No reflection. Same as before. Same as Highway 37. I opened another file quickly, like I was chasing something I didn't fully understand yet. North Ridge Cooling Station, Security Archive 1998. Different decade. Same language. Same fear hiding between the lines. Worker reported figure walking across containment pools during maintenance cycle. No access routes exist to describe location. My fingers tightened around the paper. No access routes. That meant impossible. But it was written like it happened anyway. I flipped faster now, too fast. Another report. Another site. Another year. Lake Point Pump Facility, 2011. This one had something different. A note scribbled in the margin. Same handwriting as the official report, but shakier. Do not follow him to the water. He is not entering. He is arriving. My throat went dry. I read that line again. He is not entering. He is arriving. Something about that sentence didn't feel like a warning. It felt like memory. Like whoever wrote it had already seen what happens when you understand it too much. The radio on the desk crackled again. I hadn't touched it. I told you, the voice said softly. Not static this time. Clear. Close. Like someone standing behind my shoulder. I spun around. Nothing. Just shelves. Just boxes. Just dust hanging in the light like it was floating, watching me breathe. I whispered, "Who is this?" No answer at first. Then, "You are reading across sites. That is how it starts." My heart slammed. Across sites. That meant I wasn't seeing isolated incidents. I was seeing something moving. Something repeating. I opened another folder with shaking hands. Eastern Dam Facility, Shift Rotation Report. This one had photos stapled inside. Black and white printouts. Cameras pointed at water channels. At first it looked normal. Then I saw him. Or what they said was him. A figure standing in shallow water, mid-step. But the water didn't move around him. It looked ignored. Like reality forgot to react. I leaned closer. The image had a timestamp. 02:14 a.m. But the patrol log beside it said, "All zones clear." I blinked slowly. That contradiction hit harder than anything else. If the camera saw him, why didn't the guards? Or worse, why did they choose to write "all clear"? I turned the page. Another photo. Same figure, but closer. This time the angle was different. Like the camera had zoomed in without permission. His head was tilted slightly down. Not facing the lens. Not reacting. Just walking. Always walking. Then I saw something I didn't expect. The reflection in the water. It wasn't him. It was delayed. A few seconds behind. Like the water was remembering him late. My stomach twisted. I dropped the file slightly, then caught it again. The radio suddenly hissed louder. "You're seeing the pattern now," the voice said. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My mouth felt like it had forgotten how to speak. The voice continued. "He does not appear at sites. The sites align around him." That sentence didn't make sense at first. Then it did. And I hated that it did. I looked down at the files again. My eyes moved faster, desperate now. Every incident. Every facility. Every decade. Different locations. But the same details kept repeating. Walking figure. Water nearby. No reflection. Failed communication. All clear, written even when things were not clear at all. It wasn't random. It was synchronized. Like different places were describing the same moment from different angles. My breathing got heavier. I leaned back in the chair without realizing it. It creaked loudly in the silence. Too loudly. Then, a new file slid out of the stack on its own. Just fell forward. Like it wanted attention. I froze. The cover was newer than the rest. Cleaner. No dust. It read, Consolidated Pattern Analysis, Internal Directive. My name was written on the top corner. Not printed. Written. Same handwriting again. My chest tightened painfully. I opened it slowly. Inside was a map. Not of one place, but multiple sites connected by thin red lines. Filtration plants, dams, pump stations, cooling units, all spread across different regions. But the lines didn't connect randomly. They formed a shape. At first, I couldn't understand it. Then I saw it. A route, a highway-shaped loop, and in the center of it all, Highway 37. My fingers went numb. I whispered no, because it wasn't just a road anymore. It was the anchor. Everything else was orbiting it. The radio crackled again, softer now. Almost patient. You see it now, the voice said. I stood up too fast, chair falling behind me. Stop talking to me, I said. My voice cracked. The office lights flickered slightly, like they were reacting. The voice didn't stop. You are not the first to compile it, but you are the first to reach completion. My eyes scanned the map again. Completion. That word felt wrong. Like something final wasn't an ending, but an activation. I stepped back slowly. My boot hit something on the floor. A folder I hadn't noticed before. It was open already. Waiting again. Inside was a single page. No report. No data. Just a sentence. Written in the same handwriting as everything else. The observer only becomes visible when the pattern is complete. I felt my throat close. Observer. So it wasn't just a man walking. It was something watching through repetition. Something that needed enough reports, enough sightings, enough belief in it to fully exist across all places. The lights flickered harder now. The radio emitted a long, low tone. Not static. A tone, like a signal locking in. And then the voice said something different. Not calm anymore. Not distant. Closer. Urgent. You have completed the archive. I looked at the map again. The red lines were brighter now. Not ink. Not print. They looked wet, like they were being drawn in real time. My hands shook violently. I didn't complete anything, I whispered. But even as I said it, I knew the truth didn't care what I believed. The system was already done. The pattern already closed. And somewhere deep in my mind, a horrible thought formed without permission. If everything had been reporting him for decades, then why did it feel like today was the first time he noticed me? The radio clicked one last time, and then went silent. Not off, not static, just silent, like something on the other end had finally arrived. The office door behind me creaked again. Slower this time, not deciding, just opening. And as I turned toward it, I realized something that made my entire body go cold. The footsteps I had been hearing earlier weren't above me anymore. They were inside the room now. It started to feel less like reading reports and more like listening to the same memory repeat itself through different people. I was still standing when I opened the next file. My legs wouldn't sit anymore. The page in front of me was stamped. Cross-site incident comparison log. That title alone made my stomach tighten. Comparison meant someone had already noticed the pattern before me. Someone had already tried to understand it. And failed. I leaned closer. The first line hit like a slow air to the chest. Multiple facilities across different decades report identical visual contact with a lone male figure near active water systems. My fingers stopped moving. Identical. That word shouldn't exist in something like this. Different people, different years, different locations. But identical. I turned the page, and that's when I saw it. Not a theory, not a guess, a list, each entry separated by years like scars on a timeline. Riverbend Plant, 1984. Lakepoint Station, 1991. North Ridge Cooling Facility, 2003. Highway 37 Perimeter Division, 2016. And more. So many more. My eyes started moving faster without me telling them to. Each entry had a short description. But the descriptions, they were the same. Not similar. The same. Male figure observed walking along submerged perimeter road. No visible reaction to water current. No reflection present on surface. I stopped breathing for a second. I read it again. Then again. Same sentence structure, same phrasing, same cold rhythm like it was copied and pasted through time. But it wasn't copied. It was witnessed. Over and over. My radio crackled softly. Not loud this time. Almost gentle. Like it didn't want to scare me anymore. "You're seeing repetition now," the voice said. I didn't respond. My mouth felt dry. The voice continued anyway. That is the first stage of recognition. Recognition. That word made something twist in my chest. I turned another page. This one had handwritten notes in the margin. Different ink, older, smudged. Subject appears to be unaffected by environmental conditions. Personnel report increasing sense of déjà vu during observation. Déjà vu. I froze on that line, because I had felt it too. In the office, reading these reports, like I had already seen them before I ever opened them. I shook my head slightly, trying to clear it. But it didn't go away. It was growing. The next section of the document was labeled Behavioral Consistency Across Observations. I read it slower now. Careful. Like the words might change if I looked too fast. Subject does not deviate from walking path. Movement remains constant regardless of terrain, depth, or obstruction. Then another line. Attempts to intercept result in immediate loss of subject visibility without physical displacement. I frowned. Loss of visibility without displacement. That wasn't just strange. That was wrong on a basic level of reality. I flipped the page again, and my stomach dropped. There were sketches, drawn by different hands, different styles, different years, but all of them showed the same thing. A man walking near water, head slightly lowered, arms loose at his sides, but every sketch had one detail that was identical. The water around his feet was never disturbed, not even a ripple. I leaned closer without thinking. My breath fogged slightly in front of the page, and for a split second, I thought I saw movement in the drawing. I blinked hard. The image was still. Just ink. Just paper. But my mind didn't believe it anymore. The radio hissed again. A little sharper this time. You are aligning with prior observers. I whispered, "What does that mean?" The response came instantly. "It means you are no longer outside the pattern." A cold silence followed. I looked back at the files quickly, flipping pages now with less control, like something inside me was starting to panic in a different direction. Not fear of the story. Fear of becoming part of it. Another report. This one from a dam facility. Officer reported direct engagement attempt with subject. Subject did not respond. Officer later stated subject appeared aware without acknowledgement. Aware without acknowledgement. That phrase made my skin tighten. Like something looking at you, but refusing to admit you exist. I turned the page again and found something that made my hand stop completely. A form, standard incident documentation, but the section titled Observer Identification had been filled in multiple times across different entries. Same name, every time. Not the guard's name, not the victim, the observers. My eyes locked onto it. It was written clearly. Walker designation, Highway Entity 37. My throat went dry instantly. Highway Entity 37. Not a man. Not a worker. A designation. Like it had been cataloged. Studied. Repeated. The radio crackled loudly for a second. Then the voice spoke again. But it sounded different now. Less distant. More tired. You found the label they use when they stop pretending it's random. My grip tightened on the paper. Why Highway 37? I asked. My voice sounded small, like it didn't belong in the room anymore. A long pause followed. Then, because that is where the pattern completes itself. I didn't like that answer. I didn't understand it fully, but part of me already did. I just didn't want to admit it. I flipped to the final section of the comparison log. And there it was. A summary written in bold letters. Every site reports identical entity behavior. Variation only occurs in observer perception, never in subject activity. My eyes slowed. Then the next line. And that's when everything inside me went quiet. Conclusion. Subject is not moving through locations. Locations are appearing around subject. My breath stopped. The room felt like it tilted slightly. I had to grab the desk to stay upright. Not moving through locations. Locations are appearing around him. That meant the roads, the plants, the facilities. They weren't places he traveled to. They were points that formed wherever he was observed. I whispered without realizing it. That's impossible. But the room didn't care about impossible. The radio responded softly. Everything you've labeled impossible is already documented. I looked around the office again. The shelves felt closer than before. The air heavier. Like the room had quietly accepted the idea that I understood too much now. I stepped back slightly, and my boot hit something. Not paper this time. Something solid. I looked down. A new folder had appeared at my feet. I hadn't seen it before. I was sure of it. It was clean, unmarked except for one line. Observer transition record, current subject. My hands shook as I bent down. I didn't want to pick it up, but I did. Because at this point, not knowing felt worse than knowing. I opened it. Inside was a single photograph. Not printed. Fresh. Like it had been developed minutes ago. It showed the office. My office. Taken from above. Looking down at me. Standing exactly where I was now. And in the corner of the image, behind me, was a figure. Walking. Slow. Through the aisle between the shelves. I turned instantly. The room was empty. But the photo didn't change. The figure was still there. Closer now. And then the radio gave one last transmission. But it wasn't the voice I had been hearing before. It was something else. Calm. Certain. Every guard sees the same thing eventually. A pause. then softer, and then they stopped being separate from it. The lights flickered once, and in that flicker, I saw footprints forming in the dust behind me. Fresh, facing toward me, not away. The last line in the folder slid into view as I staggered back. I hadn't seen it before, but now it was there, as if it had always been waiting for me to be ready. It said, "Once the observer is identified across all sites, the final location manifests." My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I didn't want to ask the question, but my mind asked it anyway. What final location? The radio went silent for 3 seconds, then answered in a voice that sounded almost patient. Highway 37. And for the first time, I realized the office wasn't where I was reading about it. It was where the pattern had already finished forming. The moment I pulled that final box from the back shelf, I felt something change in the room. Not a sound, not a movement, just a pressure, like the air got heavier, like the building itself didn't want me to open it. The label on the box was faded, almost scratched off, but one line was still clear enough to read. "Do not reopen, file 37HX. I should have stopped there. I didn't. My hand stayed on the cardboard like it belonged there, like I had already made the decision before I even understood it. The storage office was quiet in that dead way old buildings get at night. No wind, no settling sounds, just the hum of distant pipes moving water through the facility. That was normal. But tonight, even the pipes sounded careful. I slit the tape open. Inside were folders stacked too neatly, too deliberately, like someone wanted them to stay hidden but also wanted them to be found one day. The top file had no title, just a stamp in red ink. Incident log, multiple FACILITIS. My stomach tightened. Multiple facilities meant this wasn't local. It wasn't even recent. I opened the first page, and immediately I stopped breathing for a second. Same handwriting, same format, different years, different locations. But the reports all started the same way. Night shift, water system inspection, movement detected near filtration channel. I leaned closer. Every report had one detail repeated, word for word. A lone figure observed walking near restricted water flow zones, appears wet at all times, clothing unclear, identity unknown. My throat went dry. I flipped the page faster now. Another report. Same thing. Different state. Different year. Same figure. I whispered without meaning to. "Okay, what is this?" One report caught my eye. The paper was older than the others, the ink slightly smudged like it had been read too many times. It said, "The figure did not react to flashlight exposure, continued walking along water surface without sinking. When approached, it stopped, then stepped backward into the channel wall as if it was not solid." My hand froze. I looked at the sentence again. Stepped into the wall. Not water, not ground. Wall. I felt a strange pressure behind my eyes, like my brain was trying to reject what I was reading. There was more. Always more. Another entry, newer this time. Guard reported hearing footsteps above filtration hall. No access exists above that level. Security confirmed sealed structure. No maintenance scheduled. I remembered Chapter 2. The footsteps above the filters. My skin prickled. This wasn't random. This was connected. I kept reading, faster now, like something in me needed answers before I could stop myself. Then I found it. A page stamped with a warning in bold red letters. All reports to be classified. Do not cross-reference. Do not investigate pattern. My chest tightened. Pattern. They already knew. Someone had already seen it. I turned the page slowly, and there it was. A compiled summary. Not one incident. Not one site. A list. Years of entries. All describing the same figure. Same behavior. Same proximity to water systems. Always near filtration plants. Always near drainage channels. Always near restricted flow zones. I leaned back in the chair without realizing it. The room felt smaller, like the walls had shifted closer while I wasn't looking. I whispered again, "How many?" My eyes caught something at the bottom of the summary page. A note written in different handwriting, sharper, more controlled. Entity behavior consistent across decades. Appears during system upgrades, pressure changes, or emergency water reroutes. My heart slowed. That didn't sound random. That sounded triggered. Like it wasn't just appearing. Like something was calling it. I turned another page. And that's when I saw the photograph. It was grainy, black and white, taken from a distance. A drainage channel at night. And there, standing at the edge of the water, was a figure. Not clearly human, not clearly anything else. But the shape was wrong in a way my brain couldn't fix. Too still, too thin, and wet, always wet. My fingers tightened on the paper. The caption under the image said, "Subject observed at Highway 37 Outflow Junction, 02:14 a.m. Highway 37. The name hit me harder than it should have. Because I had heard it before. Not in reports. Not in training. But somewhere deeper. Like memory that didn't belong to me. A cold sensation crawled up my spine. I flipped forward again. The next document wasn't a report. It was a transfer order. Signed, approved, and sealed. It read, "All field investigations into Highway 37 corridor are suspended indefinitely. Personnel are to be reassigned without explanation. No external reporting permitted under any circumstances. No reason listed. No explanation. Just silence enforced by paperwork." My breathing felt too loud in the room. I looked at the walls around me. Suddenly, I noticed something I hadn't before. A faint damp mark near the corner. Like water had touched the wall from the inside. I stood up too fast. The chair scraped the floor, echoing through the storage room. I waited, listening. The building answered with its usual silence. But now the silence felt aware. I went back to the box. One file remained. Thicker than the rest. No label on the front. Just a strip of black tape sealing it shut. And written on that tape, "Final file, do not reopen under any condition." My hands hesitated. Just for a second. Then I broke the seal. Inside was only one document. A report unlike the others. No summaries, no logs. Just a written statement. From someone who sounded tired, not scared. Worn down. It began, "If you are reading this, it means you ignored the warnings like we all did at some point." I felt my stomach tighten. We believed it was a water contamination anomaly at first, then hallucination reports, then equipment failure, but none of that explained the consistency. I swallowed. The page felt heavier than paper should feel. The figure is not tied to one location. It is tied to water systems themselves. It appears where flow is controlled, redirected, or contained. My mind flashed to the filtration halls. The endless pipes. The controlled movement of water through concrete veins. The writer continued. "We stopped calling it a person after the third facility, but no classification fit. It reacts. It learns, it waits. My throat went dry again. Wait. For what? I turned the page. There was only one more paragraph, and my hands started shaking before I even finished reading it. Every guard who has seen it directly reported the same final detail. The figure does not arrive from outside. It emerges from reflection surfaces near water systems. And once it is seen clearly, it begins to stay longer each night. I stopped. My brain tried to reject it. Reflection. I slowly looked at the metal cabinet across the room. Its surface was dull, but slightly reflective. I didn't want to look, but I did. At first, nothing. Just my own face, tired, pale, staring back. Then I noticed something behind me. In the reflection, a darker shape near the doorway. I didn't turn. I couldn't, because I already knew what turning would mean. The reflection shifted slightly, not moving like me, moving after me. 1 second late, like it was learning my timing. My mouth went dry completely. The final line of the report echoed in my head as I read it again in memory. Once seen clearly, it begins to stay longer each night. The shape in the reflection took 1 step forward, but the room behind me stayed still. No sound, no movement, just the faint hum of water through pipes somewhere deep in the building. And then from behind me, not in the reflection this time, I heard it. A wet sound, like something had just stepped out of a channel it was never supposed to leave. I still didn't turn. My hand slowly lowered toward the box. The final file was empty now, except for one last piece of paper I hadn't noticed before. It wasn't a report. It was a list of names. Guard after guard. Facility after facility. All marked with the same final note beside their names. Transferred, no forward contact. At the bottom of the list, there was one more line. Fresh ink. No signature. Just a message added recently. It said, New observer ASSIGNED, site active. I felt my blood go cold, because I knew what that meant. I wasn't reading the file anymore. I was in it. Behind me, the sound in the room changed. Not louder, closer, and the reflection in the metal cabinet stopped copying me entirely. It just stood there, watching, waiting, like it had finally found someone who could see it properly. And now it didn't have to leave anymore.